What's going on, beloved? Ow! Peace and blessings of the Most High, the balance, omniverses, multiverses, tri-verses, dual verses, the universe. Oh, that's some 6 ether forces. Let's start it all over. Peace and blessings of the Most High, the balance, omniverses, multiverses, tri-verses, dual verses, and universes be upon you all. An earshot, eye shot of the God. It's your friendly neighborhood Pharaoh Rise and Chef C's Dwamu Tefa Moon, and welcome to another episode of Revision Radio, where we seek, analyze, and break down right knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, right thinking, right reasoning, and right action from the third eye point of view. Appreciate y'all for joining us today. I just want to know what's popping, beloveds. How y'all doing out there? Oh, I hope y'all enjoyed yesterday's energy, man. Yesterday's battle royal. You know, that was a necessary thing to unpack a lot of tension, built up energy, things that was going on. You already know, man. I shook. You know, we got some more numbers coming through, y'all. So let me get these personal interactions set right now. Raobat Ronald, Raobat Nefer, Raobat Israel, Raobat Bastet Collections 9, Raobat Mark Hammonds, Raobat George Presto. Appreciate y'all for your time and energy. I was actually trying to be a little bit earlier, but you know, I was working with some technical difficulties, and right now my light is on disco setting for whatever reason. I guess we about to dance, beloved. Ow, I said. Come on, man. All right, I'll take this. It's like a soft, you know, whatever. So tonight, y'all, we got the brother Nanya Shabu El, the chief of the At-sik-hata Yamassee Native Americans, brother. You know, so the brother been around for some time. We know him. You know, he's not a stranger to controversy, and apparently, you know, some things were said on the show with the brother Emperor Khufu that he disagreed with, and he hit me and wanted to come and straighten it out. So you already know, you know, even though I'm in the non-smoking section, right? You know, Bible talk about smoking, non-smoking. I'm in the non-smoking section, but every once in a while, we want all the smoke. So, you know, so I told the brother, well, come on in. You know, come on in. You know, he garbed up, he ready to go. Y'all ready? Hold up. Before I let the brother in, I just want to read my cool Chief Thunderbird Black Eagle for the day, and then we gonna let the brother in, you know, because I did send him a late invite. What's today, the 17th? And so I want to go from the 17th, and then I'm gonna read that, and then we gonna go right in, and boom. So the Maku said for October 17th, said, don't take more than you can carry. Okay, let's keep it light. Don't take more than you can carry. I want everybody to do their best to listen, share, call the family, let them know what's going down. God is on deck. Maku, peace and blessings. Rahubat, peace and blessings. How you doing? Hachep, what's going on?
Radio Entity, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Radio Entity, Anuki Abiud, Dik Anuki Abiud. What Antuk?
I'm doing my best. Yourself?
Dik Kalun Pa Bes Wahid Yakud Bamul.
Excellent. How you doing out there? And you out there in Canada. What's the weather looking like?
Well, Canada's in the Atlantic Ocean. I'm on Treaty 6 territory.
Okay, Treaty 6 territory.
Treaty 6 territory. This is what it's called. The city of Edmonton, Alberta, corporately, what is called Treaty 6 territory. Technically, because of a treaty of 1666 in the bargain of 1835 between Queen Victoria and the Chief of Canada, the reservations that were set up here, the word they use, whites, were not supposed to be on the reservation. So the city of Edmonton is not even supposed to be here. This was land that went from, because I'm north of what they call Montana. So we generally use this as, we call this Northern Turtle Island, but for those that don't know,
I could dig it.
and then from Montana all the way to North Dakota, that was just Treaty 6. That was just one area. And then there's other bands within what they call the province of Alberta. There's about 56 indigenous nations up here.
Wow. That's definitely a lot. That's not a small number. So are the indigenous nations up there unified? Do you have a unified approach to dealing with the Mukasu, the albinos, or y'all, you're here and there like everything else?
We're gonna get into it right now. ASHNYM talked about this years ago when the subject of Brother on Tamaray asked about, hey, why don't we get our own casino? And ASHNYM said, you don't want to do that because when you do that, then you bring in the mob by doing that. Furthermore, he brought up the fact a lot of the so-called American Indians who have casinos, they are actually our cousins. He said, but they don't give us no fiat because they're actually the front for the corporations. That's one thing. Then the next thing is the American Indians, just like the First Nations up here, they are wards of the U.S. corporation. So they're saying you can't get federally recognized unless you go through the U.S. corporation process. But by doing that, they become wards. Property of the U.S. corporation. The First Nations up here, they have what's called status and non-status Indians. And so there are those Cree Indians that I went to sweat lodge with and everything. And some of them know that they don't even want a status card because they said by getting the status card, you're saying you're a property of the Queen, property of the Crown, property of Canada. So this is where the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples comes into play, which a lot of people don't talk about. Now, Canada has accepted it. The province of Alberta, which is where it's just situated on Treaty 6, they have accepted it. They've accepted the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The U.S. finally signed off onto it in terms of acknowledging it, but bringing it into state legislature and state statutes is another thing. Now, there is a way around that by using what's called Title 28, United States Code Section 1360. And that right there talks about the jurisdiction that the corporation has in Indian country, but not the states.
Now, I know my first exposure to you was you doing an interview on what's that? Hot Jam.
Hot Jam Entertainment.
That was some years ago.
I know Kemi Ray Atum.
Kemi Ray Atum. Yeah, that's my brother. Go back years in the tribe and dealing with the Nwapi Nation. And I actually recently did a couple of movies with him because that's what he does. He does film, videos, books, movies, etc. So I'm aware of how, as far as like you was there from early on dealing with Atum Ray, Chief Thunderbird Black Eagle, and the situation in the tribe at that time. And apparently you wasn't getting proper reception insofar as your guidance being offered. That's my first exposure to you when you was explaining to Kemi Ray Atum during the Hot Jam situation. Can you because that's how far I go back with you. And being that I myself was studying, was getting exposed to, like everybody else, we all trying to get out of this matrix. So we're getting exposed to a lot of the the redemption sciences and the secure party sciences in that earlier time. But you were one of the few that kind of had it together. You wasn't just all over the place, because most people only had access to little documents of things here and there, and everything else was hearsay. So taking, like, going from there to where you're at now. Like, walk us through that, some of this journey that you went through, because a lot of people, you know, you just popping up. You know, there's a lot of people not due to you and what you do, because we was interacting some time ago, back in 2016, 17, 18. We was going back and forth. You know, that's when you was putting out, giving demands to all the organizations to concede and submit to you before anything else can move forward. But I just want the people to get familiar with you, because I'm familiar with you insofar in that regards. But whatever you have to walk us through your journey before we get into the meat and potatoes of what's happening here tonight.
No problem. I just want to know, okay, so how can I give the link out to people so they can watch this?
I could put the link right now inside the chat.
Yes, and then I can post that into
absolutely.
Facebook.
I'll do that right now. I could do that right now.
Because I have people text me like, "What's going on? Because they went to your channel. I went to your channel and it said, "Stay tuned." And I said, "Okay, he's just getting it together. So just hang on a second."
Yeah, I was going through some technical difficulties.
No surprise.
No surprise. You know, so I know how it be. You know, we dealing with, like, again, people talk stuff like agents and things, and I say we dealing with intergalactic, interdimensional, extraterrestrial. While we worry about mortal agents.
Oh, wow, we got all these people up in here, George and Mark, and oh wow, okay, I see all these people here.
Come on in, we coming in, man. It's gonna be some more.
Okay, all white. Okay, so I'm looking for your message though. I'm not seeing it.
What you mean? You don't see?
I see comments, right? And I see, okay, X-Man is in.
Right. You want to see Revision Radio? I'm gonna put it. Look, I'm gonna put it up here on the screen.
Oh, you mean I see StreamYard.
That's the link. That's the link.
Okay, so let me, because I'm not familiar with this platform. This what you're doing here, because I'm trying to click on it. It just says live viewer comments. Let me see here.
Which one you said, Mama? Hold on. All right, let me see. Sorry.
Yeah, because I see private chat here.
Yeah, that's gonna bring up. Hold on, one second. I'm gonna get it done now. Hold on.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So honors to Dafa. I see Dafa, Kaunabo, X-Man, at Zoom. This is great. All right. So we just want to get this little thing taken care of here in a second. So I'll just hold on.
Okay. So it's in the chat and it was sent to the email. That new link that's in the chat. A Revision Radio new link. Okay.
All right.
And it was sent to the email. That new link that's in the chat. We still got the other line open. You got me? Y'all hear I'm good? Okay.
Okay, is that the YouTube link there?
We here. You got the link now, right?
Does it say it's got a YouTube link here? Is that the streaming link?
Yeah. Say again, I can't hear you.
The YouTube link?
Yes. I sent it to your email.
Yeah, it says 0 minutes ago. This should be it. The YouTube link, right?
I said and the new link that's on in the chat room is the YouTube link also.
All white.
The Revision Radio Network.
All white. So let me just post this real quick. And so please repeat your question, and then we can get
so my question was really, I was requesting that you share with the people, with the audience, your journey. I mean, I told you from my exposure to you back when Kimi Ray Atum did the interview with you on Hot Jam. And so you were explaining your participation, or your attempt of participation with my cool chief Black Thunderbird Eagle, and his situation, and how you was really you was blocked from that. But I want you to walk us through from that, or your entrance with the under Zadak, or Chief Black Thunderbird Eagle, and up in your ascension and your evolution and journey to where you're at now. You know what I'm saying? To get familiar with you and your story and who you are, because a lot of people is brand new. That's what it is.
So much appreciated for that. Let me just click back in here. This is a different stream. So I like it so far. So it's great.
Okay.
I like seeing all the different people in here. All right. So beautiful. All right. So I've put it here in the chat. So it's there. It's on my Facebook page. It's on Link to a Talk, so you can share with everybody. So we can get on. We got a lot of people that want to come on because they
come on in. This is the day. This is revelation time. We gonna turn everything over. I will turn everything over. I was just on with the brother Kufu. I was like, look, brother disagree with what you were saying. He coming on now. Like what I'm saying. So you come on through and listen to what he's saying. Because we're in the middle of this. Here it is. Both of you brothers are chiefs on both sides. We in the middle of this. We listening, and we got questions. Let's go.
I'll do a synopsis quick here.
Yes. Yeah.
On from 125th Street in Harlem up to present day. It'll be a synopsis. I'll go as fast as I can, but I'll be putting in the relevant information. Now, I took notes on the interview that you did with Kufu. I'm not finished. I'm only at the 2-hour mark.
It's 3 hours of change.
As you could see here, these are some of the notes I took. So I'm going to go back when we're done here and finish off the rest.
That's my style. That's my style. I did that to Mark Lamar Hill when he was slandering the master. I don't know if you've seen that on Sinetta. You know what I'm saying? Mark Lamar Hill, they used to work for CNN and all that, but apparently he used to be a part of HTM back in the days.
Mark Lamont Hill. Oh, you mean the one who's got the PhD, the real dark skinned cat?
He's on Black News Channel right
now. He got into a fight with what's his name from Decatur. He used to be the CEO of DeKalb County. Okay. Everybody knows who he is. He's running for office, and he got into a fight. Okay, well, and Mark Lamont Hill asked him, what is it? Controversial race theory?
Yeah, he was dealing with stuff like that. Yeah.
He couldn't answer Mark Lamont Hill, so I didn't know Mark Lamont Hill's his past CV.
Well, he used to be a part of Holy Tabernacle Ministries at one point, and he was on Sinetta TV slandering my cool Chief Thunderbird Black Eagle, and I had to jump in, and basically what you did with the interview is what I did with him, timestamp, and went through and broke down everything. That's what you're supposed to do. So I'm with it. I know when I put this thing on public record, this is what it's about. It's about public scrutiny. It's about analyzation.
All right.
This is what it is. So let's go. We rocking out.
All right. Abdur Kushayuat biwasamus patemta. Fipa mabruka wagadush ren shilpa at zoom netir usir. Sa shil gabunut aruat shilpa jaburik amunuray. First thing I want to do is I want to apologize to Ali from Mount Arafat. And I made an error. It wasn't you, it was Q who wanted to get into the argument and fight Kufu. So I want to clear that up so they understand it was Q. Everyone who knows who Q is the one who wanted to have the fight with Kufu, and that's what caused Latif to tell Kufu he had to leave. He couldn't stay there at the house anymore in Atlanta. So that's cleared up. Now, from 125th Street, Harlem, I call him Kush, but people know him as Kemi Ray Atum, had asked me, to come up. So I came up there, This was around, that was 2005. They had the meeting of the Moors. Africa Bambaataa had put on an event. So I came up from Macon to attend that event. So while I was up there, Kush, right? I always call him Kush.
Yes, all right. I know him as Kush also. I know that.
He said, come through and can I ask you some questions? I said, sure. So you saw the interview. So there I'm showing the UN ID card from 2005, hologram, and you got to go register. They take your picture right there and everything. This was during the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, which I went to earlier that year. So as in that video, I'm explaining certain things that had to be done in terms of getting yourself into position. Now, some of the information in there has changed. Some of it's no good. Some of it still stands. One of the things there, aside from the card, we had the UN ID number we had for At-sik-hata clan at the time. Now we're a nation. It was a UN IPO number 2718. So that proved that we were there. At the time, you didn't have to have government ID to register. You could use your indigenous ID.
Really?
Yeah. However, what I found out in 2006, when I went up for that at the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues in 2006, what happened was I ran into some Moors that were there, and they said they had some cases at the International Court of Justice, and they said they found out that the New York United Nations, so when I'm talking UN, I'm making reference to New York, that is not the real UN. The real UN is in Geneva, Switzerland. However, what happened is UN has been usurping Switzerland, mainly because who gave the land to the UN? The Rockefellers gave that land. So once you hit the gate, you walk up the gate, you go through and you go down and you get registered, you're now in international waters at that point. So that was the reason for when you go up there, you get registered, you go to the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, because at that time in 2005, it was the international, it was the second decade for the world's indigenous people. Or no, it was the first one. And then the second one went from it was the second one, because we're going from 2014 to 2024, which is the 10 years for the International Decade for People of African Descent, which a lot of people don't talk about. Plus, there is also what's called the Program of Activities, which they're not talking about. So I went there 05, did an intervention. It's on record with DOSIP. DOSIP is called Documentation for Indigenous Peoples at the UN. I went in 2006, did another intervention. And in that intervention, I made a point to state that just because I'm not born, let's say in South America or in Africa, that does not mean, because I'm born in the West, that shouldn't mean I'm not indigenous. And so I told all the attendees that the Aztecs, the Mayans, and the Incas are the children of the Olmecs. So just because I was born in the West does not mean I cannot be indigenous. After I was done my intervention, of course, people came flying over, because you got to make copies of different ones, because people from different organizations will want your copy of yours to keep file and say, hey, this is what was said by an indigenous nation, indigenous participants at that event. So aside from that, an elder from I think she was from the Yaqui tribe, I'm not sure, but she was one of those three. An elder female came over and shook my hand and put her hand outstretched like that. So our responsibility is we have to tell the planet. This is what ASHNYM said. He said the planet is ours. We have to tell the planet who we are. And you can't do commerce on one end, but then when you have a contractual dispute or a locking of the horns or a dispute, that you turn around now and capitulate to the debtor using the debtor name. And so this is what I talked about in that video, because I said Nuwaubians are scared to death of law, because ASHNYM himself said a lot of the old timers, or a lot of the people who say they're Nuwaubians, are actually still Muslims, and they don't like Nuwapu, because Nuwapu requires you to ask questions, confirm this, verify it, validate it. That's what needs to happen. So that was 05.
Excuse me. So you're talking about basically the public and private, and
No, don't get caught up in that trap.
So you tried. I'm just asking. I'm asking you.
Yeah,
so
I'm telling you. Don't.
So when you said that, you're not referring to public and private, and as far as
what?
As far as saying that, basically claiming to be say indigenous on one end, but then getting caught up in commercial stuff and shifting back and forth from their tribal to their.
Correct. Because when I was living in Macon, Georgia, they had a petition. Tamaray put a petition together that they wanted people to sign to say ASHNYM is our chief. This was around late 2003, 2004.
Okay.
So brother I used to live with in Macon, I saw him, I was walking down the highway there, and he said, yeah, we signed this petition. And I said, do you know that you used a fiction to state that ASHNYM is your chief? You do know that's fraud, right? And he said, well, I just did it because they said we needed to do that. So if anything happens, I can say they, like they told me to do it. But he didn't know. So I didn't hold that really too much against him. But the point was, you can't go to the state of Georgia using Georgia ID and say Chief Black Eagle is my chief, because they're going to say, well, according to the statute, which is OCGA 1-2-1 and OCGA 1-2-2, for those that's out there taking notes, especially those in the state of Georgia, which I have a lien on, and there's no lapse date on it. And it's been authenticated by the U.S. State Department. We'll get to that later. What happens is, by doing that, you are committing fraud, because there's under OCGA 1-2-1, there's two classes of persons, natural and artificial. OCGA 1-2-2, artificial persons or corporations and can be created or destroyed by the will of their creator. So you have to acknowledge that there are vessels, instruments used in commerce for you to get the necessities of life, because they've put you under what? The law of necessity. Everything is what? Contracts. We're doing commerce. We're living a real life monopoly. Yeah. And so when I talked about that on the video, I said, Nuwabians, I don't understand why they're not jumping. They should be happy and getting this. The Holy Tabernacle Family Guide says, know who is the DA, know who's the mayor, know who's the sheriff, know who's the circuit court judge. He said, you got to know who all these people are, because those are the people that can make decisions that will affect your life. So you can't walk around with one hand, say you're Nuwapian, we don't got to follow their rules, but then you contracting with them as a debtor. That's hypocrisy. That's straight hypocrisy. You can't do that. Now what you got to do is you got to know, how do you acknowledge that, okay, I'm in a commercial world, but that doesn't mean I am an artificial entity or a fiction. So now we move on to 2006. After we had the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, before we went up there, no, it was on the way back. I wanted to get up there first, but on the way back in 2006, this is where Khufu brought up the State Department. And so I said, well, he wasn't there, so he doesn't know what happened at the UN or what happened at the State Department. So 2006, we go to the UN. We get there. Latif happened to be there. Khufu wasn't. Latif turns around and said, no, they can't come in. And I said, how can you do that? I was with an elder from Philadelphia. Her name was Pocahontas, and some of the people here might know her. I was with her, her brother. So she's an elder, matriarch, Lightfoot, her brother, and their daughter, Sunflower. All they're wearing their deer skin, authentic deer skin, right? War bonnet. Lightfoot had his war bonnet on. So I'm helping them to get in, get registered. I started teaching them when I was staying over at the place a little bit of commercial information on the difference between ID. It's a fiction and it's not the flesh and blood you. So when we get there, Latif turns around, calls security on me. Now, the point of the matter was Latif is the custodian, not the chief. And so myself and others had to remind him, listen, you're the custodian and you're supposed to be doing things according to the UNNM Constitution, which he was not. So he calls security on me, UN security. So two K9 units came out and about, I don't know what, 25 UN officers. And I'm wearing my cherry red.
Okay.
And my yellow shirt, my long shirt. So they said, sir, you have to leave. So I said, okay. Our ambassador, Nanya Bark-El, who's in New York in the Bronx, he was right there and watched the whole thing. So I said, okay, I'll meet you outside. So as I'm walking out, check the science. All the security guards form a circle around me. And as I'm walking, they're walking with me. They're a good 10, 15 feet, but they're in a circle around me. And they walk me out to the gate. So Bark-El comes out. We have to go across the street to get the ID because this was at the registration. So he went and spoke with them. They turned around and said, okay, I was able to come back in the following day. And what Khufu doesn't know is that we knew a couple people that were in charge of the registration at the UN. And they said, you guys ain't got nothing to worry about. They said, we're going to watch Mount Arafat because he's the one that called security. That's what happened.
About Latif.
Yeah, Latif. That's what happened. And Khufu wasn't there, so he don't know. On the way back, coming back now, going south, we stop off in D.C. I had 5 documents that had the Great Seal of Georgia on it. One of it covered our embassy. One of it covers the United States and the White House, which I have a lien on, and there's no lapse date on it. And those documents were authenticated by the U.S. State Department. 5 I had done. I was able to salvage 1 because what happened in North Carolina. So when we go to North Carolina, and we went through security at the State Department. So we went through security. So on the way back, we're going through Davidson County, North Carolina. That's where we got pulled over. And so they put the lights on, and I told the so-called Moor who was behind the wheel, I said, listen, don't pull over on the highway. Drop to 30 and get off on the next exit. And that's what we did. So we would have what? Witnesses. So those, when we got, they said, get out the car, got out the car. They locked those two. Those 2 guys were locked up in the back seat of the cruiser. I was standing up, and I'm holding the documents we just got authenticated on May 22nd, 2006, so the sheriffs could see. And they didn't say anything. Said, yes, we have our own government. We have our own nation. Yes, that was as of 06. What do you call the UN Permanent Forum on what? Indigenous issues. Now what happens? They pass the UNDRIP years later. That means everything that happened from that point when they validated the UNDRIP becomes retroactive to 2006. Is everybody hearing what I'm saying? Because there's a statute that African Americans, African Canadians, people in the West do not use. They don't use genocide, which is Title 18, United States Code Section 1091. So if you say you're indigenous, you are supposed to be using the highest statute, which is Title 18, which says any act to deprive indigenous people, any act to assault them, any act to break their families up, that is considered genocide, and there is no statute of limitations on it. Now, we move forward to the issue with the court situation. Now, another thing Khufu doesn't know is that when I was in Hillsborough, Winston-Salem, because I didn't know where the heck we were at, so I asked the guys, where are we? Oh, we're in Winston-Salem. I said, damn. I knew right off the top, witches and warlocks. Winston-Salem.
I got you.
So I said, okay, this is it. This is for real. This is the test, the initiation. So during the times I had to go up into the vessel, one of the first things, and this was based on what? The information that we had at the time. When we get to the end part, you'll understand what's happening. So when we were going to the trial hearings, I had wrote an affidavit, which I put on your interview with Khufu, which was taken down. And I said, why did you take that down? Because that unpublished opinion, no, just listen to me. We're reasoning here.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Unpublished
Do your
opinion,
thing.
the unpublished opinion is publishing for two reasons. If it's an unpublished opinion, that's equated to a sealed document. Why was the U.S. 4th District, the appeals court for the 4th Circuit, publishing an unpublished opinion? Because when, what's his name, Olstein, who was a retired judge who did the trial, who wasn't supposed to be there, because you can't go in front of a retired judge unless you've already been in front of them. Why? Because I did an affidavit to N. Carlton Tilley. Then I have a feeling he had something to do with the appeals court in Atlanta. And if people were there, they can verify if he was that judge, because I was the one who did the third party intervener for At-sik-hata and sent it to the court in Atlanta, the appeals court. And what they did was they wrote me back, because I was staying at 1981 Fletcher Street in Macon, Georgia, and said, we cannot accept a third-party intervener document, which is a lie, because the courts are open to everybody. However, they said, we will forward this document to the attorney of record, Adrian Lopez Patrick, or as At-sik-hata would say, A-drain, pa-trick, for those that understand what I just said. So some of the interviews I've done in the past few years where the subject has come up, I said, listen, you all don't believe nothing I say. Validate what I'm telling you. So I'm not twisting people to accept. I'm not trying to finesse nobody. I'm telling people I've been through that. I got the experience. Go there to validate what I'm saying, so you know what I'm saying is true. So I said, Adrian Lopez Patrick has the document. I had a copy, but because I moved and because of what happened with North Carolina and all that, some of those documents were lost. But I said, but Adrian has it. I go to the court. I go there. I and my mate at the time, we went to the court in Atlanta. Of course, the Blue Lodge was there. The shrine was there. We walk up in there. I'm wearing white with my cherry red, all white. Mate's wearing her indigenous attire. We go up in there, present our indigenous documentation. We get in the court. Listen to what I'm saying, people. We get up in there. So when we got up in there, my focal point was to get a spot in there, because there was New Orleans crawling all over the damn place. What happens? We're at the elevator waiting to get up to the second floor. And my mate at the time says, oh, Adrian's here. I turned back and said, huh? Oh, hey, how you doing? And I wasn't paying no attention to him. Now, I knew he had already got the document because the court wrote me. You understand? So I'm sitting there waiting to get in there so we can get up, get a seat. Him and his crew take the long, winding staircase. Attorneys generally don't do that. They'll wait in the elevator. But I had nothing to say to Adrian because it was already, okay, you handling it. I already filed the document. It's there. We get there. We sit down. And they had two sessions, one which was the prosecution, the other one which was the Adrian, the defense. Tron is sitting next to me. Anybody who knows who Tron is. I used to teach the children in Eatonton when I was living there, and I would make audio tapes and then go up to Athens and drop them at the bookstore with his mate Bilha. So anybody who knows Tron in the bookstore up there, ask him about me. He'll know. And that's what created the children class on Tamaray. So when we're there, Tron sitting next to me, I got my gold book. I got some other documents coming forth by day there. What happens? The judges come out and they stand. They say, all rise. We didn't rise. We're sitting. So I'm looking around. Tron is standing up, and Tron's looking down at me like, what are you doing? And I'm looking at, taking a good look to see who stood up. Sakina stood up. Al Woodall, Rick, all of them stood up. I don't give a damn. I'll call all their names, right? And I'm sitting there. I said, do they realize by standing they just gave jurisdiction?
Jurisdiction. I know. That's basic. That's
So I
basic
said, oh, well,
101.
I said, that's it. And then the
Basic
judge
101.
said, this is for all you taxpayers out there. And he said it a second time, for all you taxpayers out there. So I said, well, that's it. There's nothing left, because I was looking if there was something for me to jump up, say something, and then it was like, well, ASHNYM's not here. It's an appeal. Forget it.
I'm out.
So there is nothing to be done. But when Adrian Patrick stepped out of the courthouse and people were interviewing him, he said, yes, the government has no jurisdiction. You know, it's the government, it's a fraudulent case. The government has no jurisdiction. But that's not what he said on court in the record. He said ASHNYM should have only got 15 years, not 135. But when he went outside of the courthouse on the street, he gave the Nuwaubians a different story. I was there. So I'm telling you what went down, not my personal feelings. I was there. Kufa wasn't there. I was there. Now, we move forward with the Charlotte, North Carolina issue. I wrote the judge and told him, hey, you got to vacate. It's not a Title IV flag. I know this is a vessel dry docked in Puerto Rico. I know you're a Puerto Rican judge. I'm saying all this, and he's nodding on the record like this. He's not saying yes, but he's nodding. So after I said my spiel, he got up and said, I'm going to take a 10-minute break and let Mr. L collect his paper. He stood up and his face was redder than the red on our flag here. And I said, is this guy going to pass out or something? And went back. Next minute I look, he went back into his chambers. And they switched judges into a retired judge. And you can't get a retired judge unless you was already in front of them. So they had no business bringing that to him, because the FBI took copies of everything we had in the car. They have everything, all the liens on the state of Georgia, the United States, our embassy, you know, they're in just south in Clayton County. They have all of that. They already have it. So they thought I didn't know what I was talking about. And I'm like, listen, we were doing all of that based on the information we had at the time, and sovereignty was the thing. But then it's like, okay, no, it isn't, because indigenousness is the word, not sovereignty. Now, you get sovereignty with indigenousness, but if you lead off with that, first thing they want to say, oh, you're those sovereign citizens. Now, what's the flaw with the sovereign citizens, or Winston Shrout, Gene Keating, Jack Smith, Sam Kennedy? What's the flaw with them? The flaw is they always want to go back to where? The Constitution. True or false?
Facts.
Now, there's a problem, because those are known as the 13 companies under the 1606 Virginia Charter. And who granted the charter? Was it not King George, who Georgia was named after? So now you have an English monarch gave a charter license to a company to come on indigenous land to set up shop and do business right there. So when Spike Lee was wearing the 1609 hat, he was talking about, people, millions of Africans. Ain't no millions of Africans died in no Atlantic. Let's start calling Spike Lee out for that crap, him and anybody else who supports that, because then send down some drones in the Atlantic and check the bones, and you're not going to see no 4 million, 6 million Africans. No, never happened. What they did was they took our ancestors, Lenni Lenape territory, Iroquois territory, Delaware territory, kidnapped them, put some into bondage, put them on chains, and then sailed them from the coast of Virginia down to Georgia, and then say, oh, we got these Africans here, and they're ready to be sold as slaves. They recycled, bait and switch, misdirection. Go watch Swordfish again. So all of our ancestors, and then you talk to your ancestors and say, we wasn't in no Africa, we've been here. So that means they were kidnapped. You cannot get any kind of reparations by being African American or Black, and that extends into your contracts. Okay, so we got North Carolina covered. Now we get with the fact of the deportation. What people don't know, what Khufu don't know, I traveled up here to visit my family in 2004 and got on the plane with just a registration of live birth because that's all that was required at the time. Didn't need a passport because there is a J treaty that regards American Indians. So when I came back, I had to go through U.S. Customs at the Edmonton International Airport. And if you can't clear U.S. Customs, you ain't getting on the dock to catch the plane. You ain't getting in the boarding area. They will say, nope. So the documentation that I had at the time with Mount Arafat, that documentation, the guy went and called the State Department and said, yes, your organization is registered by the State Department. So the next time you come and make sure that you sign off. You get your chief or somebody to sign off that you're indigenous. I said, okay. And the guy interviewing me was from Puerto Rico. See, people don't know this. So I flew. Now, according to Title 8 United States Code, the Immigration Code, once you have established residency in the U.S., you are a U.S. resident, which I established prior to coming up in 2004. See how I'm connecting the dots?
Okay.
So now that's taken care of. Now, let's see here. So we're moving forward on to from that to 2000 and that was 2004. Okay. So then, or no, 2000. Let me forward up here. 2006. So 2007, they smuggle me up here, cause after now 9/11. So you're going to have to get what? A passport to get on the plane. I didn't have no Canadian passport. I used the World Service passport and they put me on the plane. I want people to understand what's going down. So world passport is what people who are in war-torn countries use so they can get out of a country. Plus they have on their website a list of all the countries that granted visas using that passport. See, I don't have no problem talking about this because I've published most of this on the internet. So this is all late stuff. And so people who don't know, no, ask me, call me. I'll tell you, I'll give you the website so you can actually look at everything. So that's not a problem. I'm going to do that in the chat in a second here. I'm just having it on full screen so I can get through this part here. So now from 2006 or 2007, they smuggled me up here. 2006, I was in the underworld for a year. I had a 6-month time served. It was 6 months federal time served. They smuggle me up here. Then what happens? I'll tell you what happens. I find a form looking for some bonds to deal with the commercial issues south of the 49, and I find the SF-181 form. Then I look at all the different names, I look at the definitions, and I said, oh, shoot, this is what we're missing.
Hold on. Can I stop you right there?
Go ahead. Well, I was looking for another form. I wasn't looking for that. I just happened to see the numbers. So let me check this out. So when I looked at it and I saw it, I said, oh, black, a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. So there are none. White, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East,
in North
or
Africa.
North Africa, I said, oh, got it. American Indian, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, including Central America, who maintains tribal affiliation and or community attachment.
Right.
Maintains cultural identification through tribal affiliation and community attachment. I said, okay, got it. So I was telling other people from Unity Washita and other people, hey, we need to fill this out, because as we're going forward now, what was the problem? The Dred Scott decision hasn't been overturned of 1857. ASHNYM wrote about that, and let's set the record straight.
That's right.
Y'all are contracting with the United States Corporation, which is defined under Title 28 USC Section 3002, paragraph 15A. 28 USC Section 3002, paragraph 15A, a federal corporation. Then when you go under Corpus Juris Secundum under 19, Chapter 19, Chapter 19, Section 18, the United States is a foreign corporation with regards to a state. Then we find out the United States of America, Inc., the White House, Inc., was registered in Scotland back in 2010. They just got dissolved last Monday. Tomorrow is when they're supposed to vote on extending or lifting that debt ceiling for the United States Corporation. Tomorrow. If they don't get it, they said the U.S. federal government is in danger of what? Shutting down. Now, what happens is the first lien holder against the United States is who? Or United States of America is China. Now, according to Companies House in Scotland, the White House and the United States of America, Inc., upon dissolution, all property trusts, anything held in trust, goes to the crown. Right, I'll put this in the chat later. I'm just explaining this and then show it.
Let it go. You get this. You got the floor, brother. Let it go.
Right, right. So I want to get this out here first, and then and put it in there. So what we found out was with the SF-181, it is a federal contract. Now a lot of naysayers like Jonah Bey, Yusuf El, Tarhaka Bey, Taj Tariq Bey, Isel Law Master, Shalimar Moors Consulate. All of those guys forgot one thing. If they're going to tell people who go to the meetings to use the Constitution as a defense, on January 18th, 2011, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that judges can void the Constitution out in the courtrooms. And there's a video on YouTube on the 31st of January, 2011, where a judge in Bergen County, Bergen, New Jersey, Bergen County, New Jersey, where he went and voided the Constitution. So all the constitutionalists are supposed to do what? Be protesting. But you hear silence from these Moors. So that's how I know they're not really Moors. They are domestic Negroes. And another proof of that is May 11th, 1955, for those taking notes, May 11th, 1955, Congress is not bound by the Constitution. They haven't been bound by the Constitution. Khufu was talking about 2001. No, it was May 11, 1955, and it's in the book on page 242 and 243 of the book called Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper, otherwise known as Bill Cooper. And in there it says, any judge ruling on the validity of legislation must have two books before him, the U.S. Constitution or the UN Charter, which is a ratified and approved treaty. If he does not find authority for the act in the Constitution, he shall find it in the UN Charter. So that's May 11th, 1955. Another point that Khufu forgets to mention is there's a federal case called the Erie Tompkins versus Pennsylvania case of 1938, where a man got hit with a train by a train, and he was using the Constitution to defend. And what the judge said, no, the Constitution is gone in terms of court procedure. Everything now is administrative. So it's all corporate. And the judges you're going in front of are Puerto Rican judges under 48 USC section 875. So what I'm saying, so what this
why did you point out that they were Puerto Rican judges?
Because that's what it says in 48 USC section 875. All the laws are done under the legislature, under the laws and people of Puerto Rico. And Puerto Rico meaning RICO, not Puerto Rico like Puerto Ricans. So all anybody has to do is Google 48 USC section 874. Yeah, I think I said 875.
875, yeah.
48 USC
875 is what you said.
Let me just double check here. No, that's 48 USC section 875. Oh, hold on. Let me check here. Let me make sure I get my number right.
Family, please share, please share, please share. Bring the people, bring the people. We got to get this information.
All right, so I'm putting this here in the chat right now. What can I do? Comments? How do I leave a comment here?
Yeah, you would definitely leave a comment.
I'm just trying to. I have to go. How do I do a comment here? Or I don't want to do a private chat.
No, there's one on the top. The one on the top is a public, regular comment.
Oh, I got to scroll all the way up. I'm used to Zoom, so
I got you. So you should see comment and
I see comment and I see private chat.
Comments is the public chat. Private chat is basically between me and you. You can put things like that.
Okay, so I clicked on because I'm seeing other people comment and I'm trying to.
So at the bottom should be your you'd be able to post at the bottom of your screen.
I'm not getting it. I'm not getting anything. I just see Prince Eli 48 US.
Yeah, he just posted. Yeah, he just
posted that. So
under there, so that's the lowest box.
That's the lowest box that I see.
Wow.
I thought I saw something that said, because I double click on comments.
Because you should be able to make a comment on post a comment. Because I have my avatar right under that. Isa Almaty just posted, and right under it says post comment with an avatar right next to it.
No, they're not giving me that. I'm just trying to see if it's someplace. I see share, mic, stop cam, mute, leave studio, having issues.
Yes.
That's all I see there. I don't see.
So you see chat though. But
okay, you don't see chat. I see a YouTube link there. I think that here. Okay, what's this here? Tell me if this is public or private.
That's private. You just said something to me. That's private. You see now the corner of the law.
Comments. So I see. Okay.
Now press comment. Press the comment, and now go back to the bottom and see if you can post a comment.
Yeah, because I'm seeing everybody else chatting, and I'm like, I can't. I'm wondering if maybe I think this is like real. I think the button might be like right underneath my line. I'm trying to see if I can shrink.
That's what I was going to say. Is that the actual absolute bottom? Because it should be able.
I see who's who in the Yamasee. I'm trying to see if I could shrink the top where it has the duck there. It says log in, sign up for free. Who is who in the Yamasee? And I'm trying to. Yeah, that's the big. So I click there. Yeah, because I just for Eternal Entertainment Television, it says chat publicly. Yeah, yes. I'm not seeing that. So the only thing I
do you have a box to type in?
Do I have a box? No, there's no box to type in.
So there's no post a comment there.
No, I can't post it. I guess no, that didn't even make sense. I should be able to. Regardless.
Absolutely. Let me see some with guests. Let me see if I don't have no guest see viewer comments. Play some with guest enter. Guest must no. Edit. No band guests. I don't have no band guests.
Okay, I see, and I see new comments. When people are posting, it says new comments.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't see from your what's going on.
Okay, well, here's what I'm gonna have to do. What I'm gonna have to do is I'll put the links in there, and then every so often you'll go cut, paste, put it in for everybody because I can't. It's not letting me. If I do, this is probably the same link. All right, so I see comment. Yeah, see if you, because I'm not seeing anything. I'm trying to see if I could get rid of my bottom bar with my, because I'm going to need those. Oh, well. I'll just have to do private chat right now. There's nothing. This is wild.
Do you want me to post one of those that you?
Yeah,
just...
you could post. You could go ahead and post them because now we're going to get into the posting phase of things.
Cause look, that's what you just sent me, right? Look on the.
Yeah, I sent it twice. I sent the same link twice.
All right, yeah. So that's what I just got that on a private. I don't understand what's going on as far as the comments.
Now it's probably on my end that they're blocking me from publishing it. So I'm not.
Oh yeah, you can send it. You can send it on the private, and I'll just
I'll just send. We're gonna have to do it that way.
I'll copy it and I'll throw it up there.
Yeah, and then what I'll do is before we end, I'll cut all that I sent you, so this way people can to make sure that there wasn't any loss. So 48 USC section 874. It's 874 for the individual was asking, and so I'm gonna look here. I don't know if I can share, but it's 48 USC section 874. Can I share? Hold on, I think there is a thing where I could share. I think.
Well, let me see. I could put you where you can you
share
got most of the screen. Let me see.
Okay, so I'm sharing screen, window, Chrome tab. Okay, so that's Chrome tab window. Okay, how about now? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, let me bring. I gotta bring it. Let me bring it up. There you go. You see?
Okay, so you see. Oh wow, this looks like I think. Hold on, let me stop share because okay, you go ahead and do it again. We had some infinity stuff going on there.
That's the Infinity Stone. That's what's happening. You know, that's one of my tags is Thanos. They call me that. we go. Let's do it.
Okay, so let me share again.
Yeah, share it again, and then I'll press it again and put it on the big screen.
Oh, you mean the link?
Yeah, because you had put it up. What you had did was you had sent it like separate to me on the stream, and then I just added it to the public. I took it from basically the other side.
Yeah,
to the public. I'm trying to see what kind of screens I got here.
Okay. Yeah, because you should be able to share that because
but it's not. I don't have it here anymore.
Oh, you don't?
I took it down. No, you took it down.
Okay, hold on a second. I'll click on share screen, then here, and then okay. So
all right, here we go again. Let's go.
So now you're seeing it?
Now you have to. This is it. You have to adjust this. This is it. See, you got the screen.
Oh, where are we here? Okay, so that's that one. That's Chrome. Well, I'm trying to find the tab here. Yeah, see, I'm used to Zoom. Okay, so here we go. All right. So that means, oh wow, this just went straight. Wow, this is straight infinity. Okay, so here what? We'll just
you just gotta knock off the X's on the little ones to just get with the main screen, the big screen. Yeah, you just gotta you don't need all those. Knock those off and
okay, we're just gonna do it. We'll do it simple. We'll keep it simple. They're making this more complex than it really. See, I use Zoom.
9 to 9 power 9. That's what happened.
I use Zoom.
Let's go.
All right, so you have that. So I'll just put the links as we're going through the conversation. So 48 USC section 48 USC section 874. Okay, so what does published opinion mean? Okay, Okay, great. So where were we at here? So we were at SF 181. So what I realized, if you type in Google Constitution void, right, there'll be a document from PR News where I'm going to put that in the private chat to you. So we're going to start. I'm going to start sharing the links. All right.
You share them on this side. I'll copy them.
Yeah, I'm gonna put them in the private chat since they won't let me go public. So I'm just gonna put them on with the title, and you just share them for everybody. So the one I'm looking at right now is the U.S. Where a constitution has been declared void, the PR Newswire, And this is where the in 2018, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the Constitution is void as of January 18th, 2011. And let's not forget, Justice Scalia also said that the Constitution is a dead document. This is in the vessel, not talking outside. That's the bait for the public. Inside the courtroom, no, Constitution is void. So you're in front of a Puerto Rican judge under the laws and the people of Puerto Rico for the one who was asking. So 48 USC section 874, judicial process, officials to be citizens of the United States. All judicial process shall run in the name of United States of America, SS, the President of the United States, and all penal or criminal prosecutions in the local court shall be conducted in the name and by the authority of the people of Puerto Rico. All officials shall be citizens of the United States and, before entering upon the duties of their respective offices, shall take an oath to support the Constitution of the United States and the laws of Puerto Rico. That's why they put yellow fringes around the flag to let you know that the Constitution is suspended in the room. So if you don't have a pre-existing contract with the master of the vessel, then you are considered an invading army coming into their world. All right, so we're at 2007 SF 181. So 2008, I faxed the Vatican. And that video is on my YouTube channel. Any of the secure parties that I train or anyone who is in At-sik-hata Nation, you can go ahead and put that in the chat because I can't put that in yet, but I can pull it up. And I faxed the Vatican. And when I faxed the Vatican in 2008, I went and proceeded and filed the lien. The lien was filed on 9/9/2009. That also includes the Pentagon. So a year later, the lien was filed. Khufu may not know this, but should know this. So I already voided out the papal bull on September 9th, 2008. The following year, on 9/9/2009, the UCC financing statement that I filed on the Vatican went through, effective for 30 years.
So you're saying, in hindsight, you're saying basically that your documents went through before his.
Yes, they did.
That's what you're saying.
By 2 years. Not only that, anybody who's wants to be indigenous, what are you going to do about the pre-existing contract where you said you were an American, a U.S. citizen, an African-American, Black? What are you doing about those contracts? Nobody wants to talk about that. So what I realized was I had this one judge in Clayton County. I went to the SOS and they told me, we don't know who this woman is. I said, well, they said I have to go up into the vessel for this. They said, well, ask her for her ID card. I said, I can do that? She said, of course they can. They ask you for yours, don't they? I said, yes. She said, go ask them for their ID card. She said, because this is the Georgia Secretary of State Elections Office. She said, because we're the ones that give them their ID cards, and what you've presented to us, we don't see her on the computer. And she said, I can't write you a letter for something that I do not have. So that's when I said, yes, the Georgia Secretary of State instructed me to ask you for your ID card. This was in Clayton County, Georgia. And then all of a sudden the bailiff says, order in the court, because people said, what is he saying? Saying the woman is not really a judge because she doesn't have her ID card. She doesn't have her ID. Her ID card plus a dedimus signed by the governor at the time, which was Sonny Perdue. So all of that means if you're doing any commercial processes, Black, African American, if you don't become white in commerce, they don't have to honor it, mainly because what? Black is considered civilitas mortuus, which is the Latin
dead in law,
dead in the eyes of the. Okay, how are Nuwabians talking about we need to get Baba? I'm sick of hearing that. Because you're all are owned by the devil. I'm telling you that right now. Let me say this again and clarify this. Some Nuwaubians went and did petitions and were doing this and doing that and doing everything. It comes back to contract. There's a Negro law of 1840 of South Carolina, and it says in there that the only people considered free, I'm paraphrasing that part, are the Egyptians, the Moors, and the Lascars. The Berbers are considered Negro Asiatics and are considered perpetual slaves. So the tricknology is, if you keep calling yourself black in your private and public contracts, they know, oh, I don't have to listen to anything you have to say. And if it is of serious to you, they'll take your fiat, they'll go through the dog and pony show, but they're like, oh, what's the name? What's the social security number? What's the race? Black, done. Triple death, done. And just sit there, overruled.
That's the game. That's the hustle. I understand.
No, it's not a hustle. This is the rules of the contract operating within the matrix. So when I told Nuwaubians, because I didn't know any of this that was happening, Nuwaubians were calling me, and then now we advanced to 2016, where the meeting with the UNNM administration and Hagar, and I said, okay, what is it that you want from me? How can I help you? Me not knowing they lost the ECOWAS case in Liberia. So at that point, they had nothing to give the rest of the Nuwaubians. So now they come to me trying to see if they could dump that and say, oh, you were supposed to help with the Master Secret. Oh, yeah, you go ahead and do your thing. So what happened is, when we had the meeting, I said, if you all do not change your race and ethnicity to white and American Indian, you're done. You can't do nothing for ASHNYM. Then what also happened, in addition to that fact, was I told them I don't trust none of them. The only one was Hagar, because I knew she was head of the OES, and ASHNYM used to walk with her on Tamaray. So because of that, I honored that father-daughter contract with Hagar and said, well, I know how ASHNYM felt about her. So when they said, we want to talk to you, I said, only if you get Hagar. If you can't get Hagar, I don't want to talk to you. Prior to 2016, I spoke with the snake Sakina, and you damn right, I said it. I spoke with the snake Sakina and Actions Raised White from the Sudan, and I told them what to do. They didn't listen. It is clear. Nuwaubians.
Let me ask you.
Hold on. Let me finish. Nuwaubians, whatever you call yourselves, in the tablets in chapter 10, tablet 12, start from verse 367 of the holy tablets. It says, if you change a name, wear costume, wear attire, that means nothing if you're still the same within. There's nothing. You guys didn't listen to your chief. And that's when Councilor Airy in 2016 said, we've known for 5 years we were supposed to contact you from ASHNYM. And I said, oh, so it was true. He said, yes. So that we have that video recorded. And
I remember that. And I remember I remember the fiasco. I remember that.
Okay,
so here's a question. Why didn't you step in? Why you didn't go?
Hold on, let me finish this up.
Because that's, you see where I'm going with this.
So my point is this. Yeah. When things happen with the Nuwaubians, for some reason, they seem to keep coming to me, and I keep wondering why. Then when I now know the secret, the hustle, the scam, I said, listen,
what's the secret?
You all cannot get ASHNYM out of there. If you believe he's there, I do not accept he's there. However, if he is, all of y'all are slaves of the devil in your contract, so they couldn't release him to anybody here. So he got to go to Africa, because people who are from Africa, when they migrate to the U.S., they go through U.S. customs. They say, in this country, you are white. Stay away from the African Americans. Go ahead.
Tell them that. So I was asking, okay, well, you see the people are part of the tribe that they obviously didn't know what was going on, couldn't do it, or didn't want to do it. The question is, with you having your history with the master teacher, why didn't you do it as the chief of the At-sik-hata? Now step in to claim the master teacher and get him out of this situation.
First of all, I've already did the third-party intervener. That's on file with the U.S. federal courts, number one.
Okay.
That's there. I told the Nuwaubians, I thought they would have figured out what I was doing when I said it. Go to Adrian Patrick, because first they hired Adrian, then they fired him and didn't want to pay him. Then when they needed attorney, they had to go back and hire Adrian a second time and pay him for what they were trying to rip him off from. And then he brought his crew in. Okay, I'm gonna get my crew here and get them to make some more fiat. I spoke with Bundy, and I know Bundy from in Milledgeville. So Bundy, and I told Bundy the same thing. Y'all don't want to listen. Y'all don't want to listen to what you want.
So we're gonna upgrade, okay? Because obviously, one of the reasons why this conversation is happening with you and the conversation with Emperor Khufu is because the majority of the tribe don't know what's going on, and we're digging in the dirt to figure out what's happening because the information is not coming across the general tribe. Okay, so
ask me. So you started off. Any question you want, and I'll ask to the best of my ability. And anybody else in the audience.
Well, I'm gonna tell you because what brought you here tonight was the situation with Emperor Khufu.
Yep.
So I want to get the clarification, and being that we having a conversation, what you wanted to talk about with Emperor Khufu, because y'all two are the opposite spectrums of the looking at heads and tails of the same coin. So we looking to find, look, we trying to get away from these crackers, and we trying to get back into our right status, and we need to clarify who's who and what's what, not based on what you want to be, but based on what it is, because we don't need to be signing up into no other contracts that's going to bring us further away from where we need to be going to.
Perfect.
You understand what I'm saying?
Perfect. So let me.
And Emperor Khufu say he got the blue backs. Emperor Khufu is saying he has the venue. So the question is, do you have the government? Do you have the blue back? Do you have the venue?
How do I answer that? I have a blue back copy. We have our own nation. We have our own jurisdiction. Our nation is recognized by the U.S. military. We got official letterhead recognizing At-sik-hata Nation of Yamasee-Moors. He don't have that. I have liens on the Pentagon and the Vatican. Those are active for 30 years. So,
here we go.
So hold on a second. So what I'm saying here is this. If your foundational contract, meaning the registration of live birth, social security number, you haven't rebutted that, which is known as a Sestakiveh, you might know that term, Sestakiveh trust. Yeah. You have to refute that. That falls under what's called the Triple Crown. And why do I say that? Because I'm going to do this here.
Hold on. Listen, Khufu is coming in.
I'm not talking with Khufu right now. He had the opportunity. No, this is how we're going to do this. I'm going to tell you how we're going to do this because I know how this has got to go. He got to say what he had to say for 3 hours. If he wants to come in, then he stays mute. He can't speak. I took notes on stuff he said.
We want you to speak. We want you to speak.
Because I wasn't given an opportunity, and that's not what we agreed to. You said I could come on, say what I got to say.
I want you to say what you want to say.
I got 4 pages of stuff I want to break down.
Hold
on. The same way you said you interrupted Saw Knitter and said, hey, at 50-minute mark, you said this. At this mark, you said that.
And you're going to get all that. I want you to get all that in.
Fine. But
at the same time, go ahead.
Let's remember, when I put up what does unpublished opinion mean on my sites.google.com, which is what shows what happened in North Carolina, that got taken down. I've put up multiple, and I got the pictures of me posting and said, well, and it didn't take more than 5 minutes.
Okay, listen. So let me do this. The brother's here. Let him step in. Say we're going to say this is your night, but he is here. So
yeah, that's fine. But he's not speaking. That's not how we're going to do this. He got 3 hours to speak. I get to refute.
But you didn't chime in. If you would have chimed in,
no, I didn't know. Hold on. Number one, I didn't know. Number two, Number two, number one, I didn't know. Number two, he got the time to speak. That's fair. So let's be noble and loyal. Let me go back. I have my current notes here that I want the public to know. Let's do that. We're not going to play this game. Oh, Khufu's coming in. No, we're not going to do that. What I have the opportunity.
So we don't want to. You don't want him to. Okay,
here's what I'm going to do. No,
you want to say
anticipated. Hold on.
No, check it. I want you to go through your documents. Relax. I want you to go through everything, all the notes and everything that you took, and then the same way, because now you didn't get it. This is your chance to respond to him.
Yes,
and you have. So when as you go through that, when you finish going through that, then I can have him respond to it. He's right here.
What has to happen is he now gets the opportunity to review my interview and get his documents.
So you don't want to talk to him right here, right now. So we can work it out.
Better than that. I'm making it better than that.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
I go through my notes and the issues that I want to bring up. When it's done, then Khufu can look it through and dissect it, and then start putting his web links. And then both of us come back, and then we have a honorable discussion about whose claims are first. Because if his contract on his registration of live birth or his social security number says Black or African American, it's void.
Okay, so now, let me see. Khufu, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let me see. I'm trying to speak to him. All right. So let me cover this. Let me cover this basis with him. I don't know if he can hear me though. Can you hear me, Khufu? Give me a nod because I'm watching you. All right. So you heard what he said. What you want to do? Is that fair? He want to respond and put out everything. He want to respond to your comments, and then he wants you to come back, and then both of y'all come back, and then we walk through.
Correct.
You know. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah.
Because his device is not. It was disconnected. Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. So let me bring up here. Well, let me give him 2 minutes to ask him this question because I can't talk to him right now. He can't hear me.
Yeah, and so the point of the matter here is this is Chief Nanya L's interview, not Khufu.
This is Chief Nanya L's interview. That's
so he don't speak. Period.
If you was here when he was here, I'd have gave you the same extension, but you didn't know.
No. The point was you contacted me to interview. I accepted the offer.
No, I responded to you. I responded to you because you was making videos about me already. Talk about some videos there.
And what did you do? You contacted me and said, when would you be ready for
because you acted like I was hiding from you.
And I said tonight.
And we were here, right?
The interview is mine. The floor is mine, not Khufu.
It's not
Khufu has to sit and listen. That's what he got to do.
Oh man, see, listen. I just want to talk.
I'm helping you out. Listen, I'm helping you.
Hold on. Look,
I'm bringing people to your platform
continue to talk.
We're going to have a number 3. That's what it's done.
No, we can continue to talk. I'm calling him on the phone right now.
All right.
I'm calling because I'm trying to talk to him, and I don't know why I can't hear him right here.
Yeah. So you go ahead, mute out, call him, and I'll continue. So. In that interview at the 57-minute and 44-second mark, he calls me a clown. I'll accept that for value and consideration with full reservation of my autochthonous rights eternally. At the 58-minute mark and 29 seconds, Macon Mayor. Yes, I got a charter from Latif, which I put a quantum claim on and then put a lien on it. And then it was like, hold on. Why do we need charters? We're indigenous. We don't do that. So that's mine. 59-minute mark and 19 seconds. Daweed was supposed to be head of security for Mount Arafat, and I'm the one that had to go to Dublin County, south of Macon, and get him out of jail. Not Latif, not Khufu, not Hadik, not Ali. It was me. Then you guys had a party up in Atlanta, and don't call me to say, hey, we're having a party to celebrate him being released from jail, and hey, we want to thank you. No, I didn't get invited, but I'm the one that got him out of jail. But of course, Kufu ain't saying that. 59-minute and 40-second mark. Tarif was living in the same place as I was in Macon, and he signed a contract with Sheikhan, but he was singular, and he's actually mentioned on a document we have at the UN. But I agree with Kufu that, yeah, he turned around and was all the people he knew, he was adding them and created an NGO with people that he knew, but not people that were with him to make it look like he was a chief of a nation. Yes, he did do that. And so I got on Tarif about that. The 1 hour and 36-second mark, you say you're a wizard. I accept that for value and consideration. 1 hour, a minute and 50 seconds. We didn't use the document. We didn't use none of your stuff at the State Department. That was all my liens for At-sik-hata. That's all our stuff. And before you came on, we have it. You said in your video, somebody's got to show you a full faith and credit. We got a full faith and credit. May 22nd, 2006, signed by Condoleezza Rice. And there's a book in here called the Montauk Book of the Dead that talks about acknowledging the feminine energy. And they said the correct path is for them, the Moors, to first recognize themselves as a sovereign state and then contact the Secretary of State. That is a proper diplomatic protocol and creates a precedent that cannot be argued with because international affairs sing to a different tune than domestic. This was on page 391 of the Montauk Book of the Dead. There we go. Oh, here it is. And then this is the one talking about, well, I said, this is page 445. Well, I said, I guess we've added a new character. Condoleezza Rice can now play the Black Virgin if she wants to. But seriously, Otto, I think you've had a bit too much of that Montauk light beer. Don't you see? Condoleezza Rice, she's now the Secretary of State and is the person that the Montauks need to apply to for recognition as a sovereign entity. As a minority and a woman, how could she refuse him? And this book is written by an Amorite, and I didn't know nothing about this. So our full faith and credit that we have, we didn't use nothing from Mount Arafat Latif or any of that's our stuff we use, which I've published on naturalcredit.tripod.com, which has been on the internet since 2007. That predates anything you've done, anything that Kufu's done. And it's acknowledged the feminine energy because Condoleezza Rice is a what? Republican. Go continuing on.
All right.
So the Georgia filed
All right.
a UCC in Kentucky. We have a UCC filed on the United States of America, state of Georgia, White House, and the U.S. Post Office. I'm gonna send you that. I'm gonna send you that. And there's no lapse date.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We gonna
So you're gonna dishonor?
No.
Okay.
We're not. You're not in dishonor. There is no dishonor.
No,
here,
are you gonna dishonor? That's what I'm asking.
Absolutely not. You hear me?
Why is Kufu on?
Because I couldn't contact them through the phone.
Whose interview is this again?
This is your interview.
Okay, so that
being
means
interviewed on my platform. I got you, but I want to ask the brother before he's lost. So the brother, you hear me, Kufu? I had to ask him a question. You're okay. We're okay. You're unmuted now, Kufu. You got to unmute yourself, Kufu, because you're muted. So the brother want to put up his information, and then he wants to double back. He wants you to look at, basically, to go review the video like he reviewed your video, and then you come back, and both of you come back, and then we could go cross-reference what was presented to the people. I couldn't get him on the phone, but I had to. Yeah, you're muted right now for what? It's not me muting you. You have to unmute yourself. Yeah, see. So, but you hear me though, right? Okay, you hear me. But yeah, it's not me muting you. So see, he can't even talk. He's muted. So you actually he's muted right now for whatever reason.
Message.
I didn't mute him.
Message.
So it's on your side. Press the 3 bars in the corner, or go to the bottom of the screen next to the camera, and you'll see it says mute or unmute. So the brother basically want to present his stuff to you, present his stuff to the people, and to rebut basically what everything that you were saying, and to set the record straight from his point of position. And so I'm like, okay, I offered him the night. This is his night for interview. That is an actual fact. And now Kufu's like, okay, well, Kufu wants to respond. I want to give you the opportunity to. But as you can see on Shabuel, let me see. Here you go, Kufu. Talk. You could talk. The other half, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. What's up?
Okay, so
that's an echo.
Yeah, you have two different links up there. You muted again now. Take that mute off.
How about now?
There you go. You're good. All right. So this is the play. The brother is saying what he's saying. You can hear me. We can hear you. All right. Peace and blessings. The brother Shabuel is here, and he's basically rebutted against all the things that you were saying the other night. You muted the thing again for whatever reason. You got to stop muting your mic.
How about that?
You good. You clear. We can hear you.
You good now?
Yes.
All right. There was 2 of them open at the same time. All right. What are we talking about here?
Okay. What we're talking about is Shabuel is presenting his evidence to say that what you say, what you say is not
presenting. That stuff he just spoke on.
Yeah,
that's a waste of time. It's such a waste of time and energy with this guy, man. Listen,
so what's he doing here?
It's because your boy or whoever one of your characters is going to come to my government website and be loud to represent you. And
I didn't hear what he said.
You know what I'm saying?
He said somebody from your organization went to his website and his Zoom meeting and was
very rude.
At-sik-hata and was being very rude and disrespectful
and
to his
organization. Say the name. Say the name.
You know, excuse you?
He said say the name.
Say the name.
It's not even worth remembering. They got it written down, whoever the brother was.
Well, then what are we talking about here then?
What's his name? I don't know. I didn't even know really catch his name because it didn't mean nothing to me. But he was
accepted for value.
Oh, brother, forget all that damn. You something, Samuel, you so shot out with that crap you talking. Just what your court you gonna file it in, Shabuel?
Pardon?
Where's your court?
I'm gonna file what in?
With all these self value you gonna claim and all this stuff you putting out here that you got some kind of status. What you got, Shabuel? If you claim you got a full faith and credit from Condoleezza Rice, well, why don't you have an ID to make you leave Canada and you go back into Canada? I mean, why are you playing games with these people?
Why did I do a what?
I said, if you claim you got an apostille from the United States State Department that recognizes your tribe or whatever, it makes me no difference. Okay, you got full faith and credit. Okay, so why you are setting for value all the stuff you doing if you got full faith and credit from the State Department? Why don't you create your ID, register it so you can come across the state line and prove your status? You still trying to prove a status that you don't have. So
really,
I was done with you 15 years ago. But
so then what you doing here then?
Listen, your young man come on my website and bring some roof noise, and he ain't got no venue and that say nothing.
I need to find out who that is.
He's in the chat. He's in the chat. He says he's in the chat. I want to
find out who that is because that was rude of them to do that in the first place. And second thing is, I was on earlier thinking that that was the link, and I had asked one of the members in our nation. I said, "That ain't the link to get onto this."
A chok. It was.
Okay, so ASHNYM had no business doing that.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Well,
listen,
Brother Kufu. In all honesty, in all respect, that this is the brother's time. I agreed that the brother's gonna do an interview, right? Now, at the same time, I definitely we need you brothers to have a conversation to clear up a lot of misconceptions and misunderstandings, whether it's a mid-dab situation or methodology, as far as the path, two paths to the same goal, or it's as blatant as somebody's lying, somebody's telling the truth. Whatever it is, we don't know. And we try to dig ourselves out of the grave.
Hold on, you can't say that, Pharaoh.
I'm gonna make it very simple.
Pharaoh, you can't say that.
Very simple. So,
Pharaoh, did you get my CV?
Okay, this is time, so I'm gonna make it very simple. He would. That's showing you my authority from where I come from. This young man here will make a good imperial chancellor. Okay, that's because he's that smart. But as far as him having his own status with full faith and credit, he has his own state. That don't exist. I got the state.
Correct. We don't deal with states. States are corporations
but go do your business like you've been doing, Shabuel. And I ain't got no beef with that. I ain't got no beef with that. Okay, I got a sovereign state. Okay.
Yes, a state is a corporation.
That you don't understand law, young man.
Of course I don't. I overstand it. You're right.
Okay, then. Okay. You know, like I told you a long time ago, little brother. Like you came in. You were a little smart. I told you you can't force yourself through the system. You don't have a state.
Can there be
we don't need a state. We're indigenous.
You don't have no status to claim anything. Where is your identity?
I'll answer that for you. Now, Pharaoh, did you get an email from me today, which was my CV, curriculum vitae?
If I did, I didn't.
Come on now. I'm a blazer.
No, I'm honest.
Nope. I sent you a CV because we were working on the flyer, and I said it's a forwarded email. I sent you my curriculum vitae, my body of work that was sent to you earlier today.
Okay.
So you have that. So I want you to.
I'm not going to deny it, beloved. I'm not going to deny it.
Pardon? Okay.
I'm not going to deny it. I just said I didn't.
You're accepting it now. In the CV,
check it up. Pull it up.
Kufu's question. Your statement, Kufu. The UN Office of the High for Human Rights sends me an application to apply as chair. You, of all people, know they're not going to send that to just anybody, to no fraud, no charlatan, no nobody. And so, okay, with that, I know darn well I'm not going to get the position, but the fact that they even did that was a confession as per the UNDRIP, as per the Treaty of Versailles, 1783, as well as the fact that I voided out the papal bull and filed a lien on the Vatican and the Pentagon that got filed on 9/9/2009. The biggest thing that you got to have first is I am white. Anything else, it don't matter what you do commercially, because the first thing they're going to look at is what is this individual's contract. So if you call yourself Black African American, if you say you're indigenous, you say you've established what have you, the first thing they look at, what is your existence? And the registration of live birth and the social security number are connected to what? The United States, which was registered in Scotland and just got dissolved last Monday.
Well, why have this benefited you in all these years you singing? 2009, Shabuel, you ain't not recognized by now.
Pardon?
You don't have no venue to operate anything.
Oh yes, I do. Oh yes, I do. I have a venue.
Where Shabuel?
The venue is March 17th, 2008. The U.S. Post Office was exported. And what you don't know,
why has it been
hold on. You understand?
Hold on, so you do have a venue, is what you're saying.
That this dishonor is occurring. This is my point.
No,
I'm good. Let him go ahead. I'm good. Let him go. Let him go. I'm good. I'm good. Let him go. Come on. I'm good.
Right. This is
my point. I'm good. Come on.
The post office, which was created before the U.S. government, which Khufu knows, I exported them. What you don't know, Khufu, is that the Foreign Bureau Processing Unit called me to ask me about the documents that were put in that export declaration, that 7525V, which included the post office, the White House. And I said, well, I have to show how I have the reason and the ability to do that. They said, okay. So I said, so everything is fine. You're going to process the export declaration? They said, yes. That's March 17, 2008. That fall was when they had that electronic run on the banks. So we're on Turtle Island. I'm the one that's been giving people land passes. It's all what? Corporation. But if you're saying you are indigenous, you cannot contract as black and say, oh, 1 minute you're a Nuwaubian, next minute when you go for an application, you check off black. And I'll give you a great example. Everybody knows what's happening with Polite currently. Yes? Polite, much gratitude to Tahaka. Out of all the people that I faced, Tahaka was at least he showed up. Tahaka Bay in Brooklyn. What happened? The judge tells Polite, he says, is Michael Nowak here?
What do this have anything to do with a state?
All right.
Speaking, please. This is now.
Listen, you're right. You gotta speak. Please, let him talk. Let him finish his point. I agree. You know,
Polite turned around and the judge asked him, is Michael Nowak here? Because everything's being done virtual. He says yes. What's your date of birth? He gives him a date of birth. So when I heard Polite, people who were going with New Covenant were coming to me for assistance, I said, well, you got to do an affidavit of fraud on Polite because what he's doing is nonsense. Now he goes in front of a judge in Florida. First thing the judge says, is Michael Nowak here? He says, yes, Your Honor. What? The judge asks him, what's your date of birth? He tells him, oh, it is May, whatever it is.
Yeah, basically.
So from the time I heard that, I said, oh, he don't believe nothing.
So all the stuff he was talking about, he ain't into none of that. Yeah.
Now, for Khufu's question, I was in a court case. I got the transcripts, and I can give them to Pharaoh. I got the court transcripts. I was in court in Edmonton Law Courts. A judge asks, sir, how do you want me to address you? Chief Nanya L. Okay, Chief Nanya L. Okay, now how can we help you? I said, well, we need to have this case vacated on the grounds that Elizabeth II is a fraud. I have an agent in London right now who's going to get the jury verdict proving she was a fraud. And since you have an oath to Elizabeth, that makes you void under the Alberta Conflicts of Interest Act. And it says no judge has jurisdiction, and it's in the States as well. No judge has jurisdiction in which a matter in which they have or has an interest. So I went through the genealogy of Elizabeth, Mary of Scotland, and she acknowledged that. Plus, we got the Regina versus Jock case. We put our own apostille, not from the States. We got our own apostille that we use, and we put that in other venues that have recognized At-sik-hata Nation and Yamasee-Moors seal. So when it comes down to who's owning what, my claims precede yours.
But the whole catch is that you're not in my category. You don't exist.
Accepted for value and consideration. So
but listen, we trying to get free. Hold
on, Pharaoh, we gotta stop this. Pharaoh, we gotta stop this.
I just want to know what do that got to do with. Well, what do that got to do with?
No, stop this now.
All right, I got it. This. So, action question, brother Khufu. I'm gonna let the brother continue on with his interview and get his information out because I did promise him the night, and I couldn't communicate with you to get, so that's why I put you up on here.
Oh,
if you did, I would have said no.
If you have any, if you got anyone put a question or a statement, then I have to let you go. So the brother,
he's so minor and a major, man. I wish you the best with this brother, but he's not. He don't even exist for real, dog. Okay, like I said,
beloved. Assalamu alaikum, magic, beloved. Peace and blessings to you, man. What do? I appreciate you for stepping up. Oh man, this is
No, that's dishonorable, Pharaoh. That's not how you do an interview. So
listen,
this is on the record, for the record, and let the record show.
Well, listen, for the record, you coming on an interview, you're being interviewed. We didn't disconnect your interview. We gave you an opportunity to face the people that you're talking about. And it was smooth.
That wasn't the contract. That wasn't the contract. The contract,
we didn't say that we wasn't.
To interview me. That's what the contract was.
I understand. Okay, so I
said what we'll do, to be fair, I'll give you the opportunity
to agree that you said that.
My stuff that
I agree that you said that. Which he would, but I couldn't communicate that to him.
You could have communicated to him right now before he hung up.
I couldn't communicate to him. And the platform, the way that the platform is set up periodically, we got 4 or 5 other people sitting here that wanted to come in, but I was waiting.
Hold on. Those people were there before Khufu, and I said, you asked me a question, and let's get to the people in the audience.
I understand.
No, you dishonored again.
You see, no, it's not dishonor. It's the mode of the platform, beloved.
No,
you coming on the platform. This is everybody
Can you name anyone who ever gets interviewed that somebody else comes in and takes up their interview time during the interview?
It's not taking up the interview time, beloved. You got the whole night. You got to explain. You got to make a point. You got to make a point to Khufu that you never got to make a point of before. About you.
That's mute. That's mute. That's not the issue here. The issue here is Khufu could have waited. And my thing is,
he did wait.
He can't call himself an emperor. He can't call himself an emperor and not know I exported to U.S., Canada, and Mexico. I got to lean on the white. Like, come on. 1 minute UCC doesn't matter. Next minute you're saying, oh, well, I need somebody to be a imperial finance. I said, well, then you talking commerce. Don't play them games.
Khufu does. He definitely does talk commerce. He doesn't say that he doesn't deal in commerce.
So you can't play the game, not you. But the general thing is, you can't say we're disrespect. That's what Nuwaubians do. 1 minute we don't have to follow their rules, but next minute you're filing documents in their venue. So we don't exist in both the public and private. We don't control the public. We don't use the transmitter utility. We don't do that. Black people don't. Y'all are black. You Nuwaubians are black. You're not white.
I don't know who you're talking to. I'm Sabian, and I walk with
the do teacher. You have an SF-181?
Yes.
Where is it published? Where is it filed?
Yes, I do have one.
Well, where is it published?
I can give you that information behind the scenes.
No, but do you publish it for the world to see? Because when you say public-private,
absolutely, but the world is big. The world is big.
What you do privately, you have to let the public know. Only because you're doing dishonor and because you're doing a lot of the computer tracking now with all the nanoparticles and things of that.
I don't have it I don't have it on my Facebook, just like regular social media and stuff like that. But it is public. It is public publicly. It's published publicly. Yes, it is.
Where?
In the newspaper.
And I'm talking on the internet.
Yeah. No, it's not on the internet.
Okay,
that's not the only public place. Is the internet the only public place?
The internet is not the only public place. However, the newspapers, the way some of these newspapers are operating, they want people to have subscriptions. So people are not going to be able to go onto a newspaper and be able to find your stuff unless the company, they're with another company that has an affiliate program where they can access their newspaper and say, okay, here we go. Or they turn around and say, okay, you have to get a subscription to that. Publishing needs to be free so people can look at it. Because when people put stuff on Twitter, they catch whistleblowers and stuff of that nature. They don't say, oh, well, they got to go hire a lawyer. No, it's known that the person's guilty. Company fires them.
That's how I go. So I got to upload it basically to social media.
This is what we talk about. The ASHNYM said, walk in the light of the sun as if all eyes can see. Well, most certainly they do. Nuwaubians don't do that. Sabbats don't do it. Sabbats are Italian.
I don't know what Sabbats are. The bats?
Sabbat. S-C-A-B-A-T. Sabbat deals with a mountain region in Italy. That's in the Fallacy of Valentine's book that ASHNYM wrote. Y'all should go back and read that again.
Okay. I got you. And you saying that to say what?
What is a Sabbat?
You saying that to say that that's what the Sabbat is in Wu Sabbat? And
That's
then what is the
word
Wu?
means.
What is the Wu? What is the Wu in the Wu Sabbat? Well, Sabbat is dealing with Saba. Sabbat is really the English transliteration, and it's talking about Saba, which is dealing with the star constellation of Sirius.
You mean Septet or Sahu?
To be frank, there's both different let's say dialects, but both. You'll see Septet inside the glyphs, but it's also mentioned as Saba.
Which glyphs?
You mean which temple?
No, which glyphs? You said glyphs. Which glyphs?
Hieroglyphs. Talk about hieroglyphs inside ancient Tamaray in Egypt. Okay. But I mean, I know it ain't talking about no pizza shop or whatever else you talk about. But,
no, that's where the word Sabbat comes from.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So why didn't you step in and intervene in order to retrieve Maku Chief Black Thunderbird Eagle?
Okay, great. Now here we go again. Like I explained, if you were paying attention earlier,
you said you did the third-party intervener.
The third-party intervener, and that was of an etheric contract, and I did that. After that, that was the end of it. As you could see, even Khufu, I know about Khufu, Hadik, and them, they were all doing stuff. But again, I'm going to tell you this again. You Nuwabians, you Sabbatans, do not listen to your master teacher. You don't listen to your chief. And as he said, if you don't listen to me, his responsibility for you is no longer required.
Well, I can definitely say that, like I said before to you, I'm saying to you, and I said to Khufu, a lot of the information that was given from the master teacher, Atum-Re, Chief Thunderbird Black Eagle, didn't circulate throughout the tribe. A lot of things, a lot of the information, people were foreign to the majority of the tribe. And so what happens is a lot of people were dealing with the spiritual aspect, but the national aspect wasn't being activated. We weren't being
Black has been standing at law.
Well, I agree. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't.
What I'm saying. The Nuwabians, the Sabbats are all black.
Sabaeans. I don't know what's Sabbat. They know Sabbat.
Sabaean, same thing.
No, we don't claim. According to Atum-Re, we Yamasee. The Sabaeans and Yamasee are one and the same. We're going to talk about the hold up. The Wabanaki, the Anasazi. We're going to walk through. This is what we bear witness to. I don't know about who else you're talking to, but we bear witness to the Wabanaki, the Wapanawi, the Mumwapu, Yamasee, Anasazi, and Muspatu are the Sabaeans. One and the same.
What book is that you're reading from?
One and the same. This is from the Bridge of Salvation.
Can you show that so I could see that, so everybody could see what is it called?
Let me show it to you. And it's on the second page.
That's with the double cross?
It's the second page.
Oh, the double ankh? No,
well, it's not a cross.
Anything that was written after 2002 is suspect to me.
I could dig that. Everybody has their thing. It's not a problem. So being that the tribe didn't listen, so you made a decision to just leave them for dead like that.
Okay, excellent question. When did you have knowledge of the meeting that we had with Duswa, the agent who's been revealed? Faki and the rest of them. When did you have knowledge of that video that we have put up on the net?
Who's we? You talk about when you talk about the audio that was you talk about with Ari, the Ari situation, right?
Which Ari situation?
You talking about when Ari said that
Counselor Ari, yes.
You talk about that situation.
Was the meeting that
was what was that word? What year was that?
That was 2016.
18, 16?
No, it's 2016.
Okay.
So when did you have knowledge of that?
2016. That's when probably around that time, 2016, 2017.
Did you try to get in touch with me?
We did. I did.
When?
We had around 2016.
No, when? Where's the evidence? Phone call, email, text.
We have an email. Matter of fact, when you was shooting at me after you seen the other video, you mentioned the fact that you made contact with me in 2016 through email, that we was in communication. You mentioned
it. About the Facebook posting.
You sent me talk about referring to it. And now let me give you just a little backstory. At that time, me personally, I just was coming out of the Sajin. Me personally, I'm just getting recalibrated what was going on because I'm just letting you know.
It does.
I'm absorbing everything that's going on.
For value, but that's immaterial.
No,
because
but it's not immaterial. But I'm telling you that we were in communication in 2016.
I accept that for value and consideration. But okay, your question was, why didn't I do? And I said, when did you contact me regarding that issue? The question that you've posed.
2016. We actually had phone calls also, and I asked you during the phone call because I was listening to your weekly calls on a regular basis. I was going through. I see you answering questions. Excuse me.
What did I say at that point? So if you ask me
back a lot of the things that you're saying now, you were saying then, right? But at the same time, right? What I asked you was, I'm gonna put it out there. What I asked you was, okay, so if At-sik-hata comes home, in what position, and what caliber, what capacity is he within the tribe? Does he have to go under you? And because you were talking at that time of absorbing the Nuwaubian nation and anything that was going on with that situation, you was like, it's all fraudulent.
Yes.
So at that time, you was like, none of that stuff matters. He would have to come. And I'm like, oh, so he's not the chief. You're the chief. And you you didn't say yes, but you was like, listen, the Nuwaubians don't know what they're doing. The Nuwaubians are this. This is what you have to file. You have to file this. You was doing that to the Moors. You did the Nuwaubians and any other organization. You was like, y'all have to basically go against them and tell them y'all committing fraud. And I think this is at the time the Duswa situation. He was talking about Duswa and Ambassador Duswa. They don't want this. They don't want. He don't have a conversation. He doesn't want to listen, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, that was the interaction with us. That was in 2016, 17-ish, something like that. And I'm, been on in around the world. And
2016 was when they had the ECOWAS case, and we had nothing to do with that. What I contributed was way back in 2004. Sometime around there, 2004, early 2005, somewhere in there. So the point, and I'm saying this again, and I don't know if it's really, people paying attention. Let me try it another way.
Please.
If people believe, for lack of a better word, that At-sik-hata is their chief, and he told them to get in touch with somebody, whether it's myself, whether it was Khufu has already demonstrated that Nuwaubians, I don't care you call yourself Sabat, you still Nuwaubians, regardless. Y'all did not listen back then.
We're not arguing that. That's listen, obviously we still sit in this situation.
Listen to what I am saying.
Whoever was in control
listen to what I'm not listening. I get that, but listen to what I'm saying.
Okay,
from that point going forward, now it's come out that they were told to get in touch with me. And I'm saying, well, I didn't know for 5 years. So that meant Sakina knew. That meant Al, Woodall, all the rest of them knew. A lot of the people who came in around 2009, 2010, they don't really know anything. They were never on Tamaray. They never sat across from At-sik-hata. They never spoke, had questions. They don't know. I have that experience.
I understand.
They don't have that. So, and also there is another aspect of Jim. You all have to look within and start accepting, even for those of you, hey, I didn't do anything. I didn't know. Fine. You didn't know. But now that you know, you are responsible for what you know, not for what you don't know. This is what this is about. You saw the video. We had the meeting. I kept calling Duswa agent. Next minute, now the Nuwaubians want to try him. I said, you can't touch him. He's a federal agent. You guys can't do nothing to him. So calling yourself a nation is a joke. Why? Because your contracts, Social Security, registration of live birth, have not been counterclaimed, rebutted, refuted. Number one. Number two, y'all do not have the experience of swimming in a tank with reptiles. I do. Y'all don't. You don't have that experience. So you need a guide that shows you how to navigate and do it properly. One thing, again, when people come...
So the only way that we could do that...
Hold on. You got to stop it.
You
got to stop that. The next thing is, when I'm doing our webinars, which is tomorrow, we have our webinars every Monday. I've been doing it since 2016. So for 5 years, I'm showing people how to change their status, claim their indigenous, autochthonous standing, and then get their statutory claims to show that they are no longer under that triple crown, because you have to do it that way. I've had success with people who are doing it that way. Why? Because they have put people, black people will start off first, they were never in freedom. The Emancipation Proclamation, as you know, was they just got moved from one plantation to another plantation.
Facts.
Overstood? So now what's happening with this Wuhan COVID fraud, the Amorites are realizing that they were never free either. They were just on the other side of the boat. They were just in the luxury level, but they were still on the boat, on the same boat with the black people. Now they're mad because they realize that they're getting bagged and tagged via the testing, the chipping, and the experimental operating system or experimental gene therapy. So all of that is to say, you have to, your starting point, you have to call yourself white. It is not my definition. This is the U.S. Department of Education, the U.S. government. Furthermore, what else happened? The Barack Obama said on October 16, 2012, that Tom, I don't consider myself the first black president, which he couldn't be because we know it's John Hanson was the first president who was a Moor. He said, because the word black has no standing at law.
What date is that?
Secret. Hold on. That was a secret that he gave you all. This is on Facebook, right? I'll pull it up right now and put it in the chat.
I never seen. I remember you.
All you have to do here. I'm gonna put black has no standing at law in Google. People can do that right now. Put black has no standing at law in Google, and it'll be #1 out of 855 million searches.
Yeah, but is there actual video, or is it just you saying it? Because I've seen it repeated, but I've never seen it.
Come on, man. Come on. Listen to what I'm saying. It's not me. This is Barack Obama. I'm going to put it in the private chat so you have it. So anybody can go and type in black has no standing at law. And the current number is 855 million searches on Google. So when Khufu says that I haven't accomplished anything, why do I have just under 1 billion? Number is really about 1.6 billion. I got some searches that go up to almost 7 billion on Google search. And they have an artificial intelligence computer, so it's logging how many times people are doing it. When you click on it, you will see Yamasee-Moors response to United Nations questionnaire on climate change and the enjoyment of child rights. Now, we did this back on December 30th, 2016. It's 8 pages long. Here's the link. I'm going to put it in the chat here. So you have it in the, that was the long Google search one. Here's the actual document filed at the UN. So for Khufu to say, I haven't accomplished anything, why is the UN publishing my documents? And in there, I bring up, so Tom Joyner interviews President Barack Obama on his Tom Joyner Morning Show and greets him by saying, it's our first black president of the United States. President Obama replies, Tom, I don't consider myself the first black president because the word black has no standing at law. So I'm going to give you that link. This is straight off of Facebook. So put that into the chat for people. And so why would Barack Obama, who is a trained constitutional attorney, say he does not consider himself the first black president? Because he knows the word black has no standing at law. He wasn't supposed to tell you all that. And so this is published by Past and Present Sankofa, Black in Public, with Chance Fear. This was October 16th, 2012. So Barack Obama, who we know was born in Kenya, he's really African, became head of a CEO. He let a secret out. I know people who are in radio. Nobody can get that audio. Now, if you can get it, great. Nobody can get it. Because what it means is you all are actually the whites. You are the Caucasian. You are the European. However, if you don't want to claim that, because that's the terminology used in commerce. I'm talking about commerce. I'm not talking about
commerce.
Indigenous.
I'm talking about black power, black power. When you talk about commerce,
commerce. because they're going to look at what? Your contracts.
Well, At-sik-hata said we need to stop being so sensitive to black. He was prepping us for these
things.
things.
In the tablets that you're not black.
He said we're not black.
Hold on, but Nubians still keep contracting as black. So this is the problem. You all are still under Kingu. I'm saying it because Kingu is the spell of what? Ignorance. And the thing is, the government gave you all an out by saying you are white. Then if you look up races of men on Google search, it shows you a Caucasian. When you see the Caucasian is a nigger. And then they put European. Europe is named after an Ethiopian princess named Europa. So that doesn't mean these so-called Europeans are that. That's not them. These Tammuz are what they are. Tammuz, lepers, mutants. And you have to call them such. This is how you create the auric field to change the vibration in the matrix. Matrix, I define matrix as AMU, A-M-U, which is artificial mechanical uterus. That's what it is. Because anyone who has a social security card, on the back it says the card is property of the United States Social Security. It's property of Social Security. And you got to return it if they ask for it back. What is the United States? DC, 10 miles squared. That's it. So if you're living in the state of California, Oregon, you're living in the state of Missouri, what does that mean? You got an SSN card. You are considered a federal resident. You are a resident of DC that resides in one of the so-called 50 states. But since the United States has been dissolved as of October 13th, in Scotland and the White House, all the property of the U.S. now becomes property of the crown. That's the United Kingdom. Now, what's the significance of that? There's a Amorite girl, age of 12, was doing a school report one way.
I am America.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. I found out that all the presidents, except one, are related to Elizabeth II.
That's true. Isn't that David Icke also the Matrix, David Icke?
Well, David Icke, see, here's the thing with David Icke, Stuart Swerdlow, what's his name, Rick Smith, all of them talk about being channeled, connected with extraterrestrials, etc. The New Age movement, which I did a video, a 5-day comment, it should be 141 on my YouTube channel. And in there, this guy called Nibiru News, which no longer is on the internet. I told him, I said, listen, if you guys want to save the planet, you got to start telling black people that they're actually white. I said, if you don't do that, you can forget about that. So his response was, so you mean I got to tell every African-American or person of color that they're God's chosen? I didn't say that they were God's chosen. I said, you got to tell them that they're white, but hey, whatever floats your boat. And before I could respond, he said, no, I ain't doing that. No way. Because here's another thing. When Khufu talks about, oh, you got to do this and go through State Department, I said, listen, the Cheddar Man picture that I showed, right, that I put in the chat, that is what they said is the first Britain. Now, first of all, it ain't Britain because Britain wasn't a country back then until 1099 when the Saxons came in. So that's nonsense. What they're saying is the island that they call Britain, which is called Albion, which means the white, the original people were dark skin, blue eyes, curly hair. And then in Ireland and Scotland, when they talk about the leprechauns, they're talking about the Twa pygmies, which were from North Africa. So the Cheddar Man picture on its face is a confession they are a mutation. So they ain't even supposed to be doing no commerce on the planet at all. However, if you still want to call yourself Black African American, then guess what? They don't have to listen to you. They act like you're not there, and then you're committing dishonor to the universe because you can't. People cannot say they're studying At-sik-hata, but then when they go to their contracts, they check off Black or African American. Holy Tablet says no. I spoke with a federal judge up here in Edmonton, And I used he said, okay, you want to enter evidence? I said, yes. I said, I'll use our Constitution. He said he wouldn't accept it. I said, okay, then the Holy Tablets. And he accepted the Holy Tablets. So he accepted the Holy Tablets, which created a precedent that any Nuwaubian, Sabaean that has commercial issues is supposed to be using the Holy Tablets to stand affirmed on. So if you stand affirm on the Bible or the Quran, you now became a Christian or a Muslim in a vessel, which is a satanic altar room. And then they're saying which lamb goes on the altar
block. That's right.
So when At-sik-hata said on June 30th, 2003, that I'm indigenous, I'm sovereign, none of the Nuwaubians can take him because they're all black. The courts know it. The federal court knows it. What do you think? The federal government is studying my stuff. I'm getting emails directly from government, from the Prime Minister of Canada, the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, Justin Trudeau. I just got an email last week from the governor of New York. Like I'm telling people like, oh, but I have no status. No, I went into the words. At-sik-hata said to study the words. If you are contracting and doing business, the one thing y'all can't take nothing from these Amorites. The key to getting what is yours is by saying the 3 magic words, I am white. And you have to come on my webinar because the UN recognizes us. We got 2 UPR reports published against the United States of America about the atrocities, what they did to our nation and in general. So we had one in 2010, 2019. I don't see Khufu showing his. I'm going to show ours. That's the first thing. Second thing, the UPR we did on the United States, which they were forced to have to answer in the second cycle, there's Molefe Asante and Clyde Ledbetter Jr. wrote a book called Critical Thought, Contemporary Studies in Africology and Africana, which you can get on Amazon. We're mentioned as only a handful of the 103 submissions against the United States of America. At-sik-hata Nation is in there. Now, Malcolm X said you got to go for what? Human rights, not civil. Victoria Broussard is an agent, and I said that when the whole stuff went down. I said that to her, said that to Mario, because an attorney's first job is to what?
Turn over. You know they work for the state.
Okay, so why would Khufu turn around and say that Nuwaubians needed to become attorneys? That is a breach of contract, because if they did anything that goes against that contract, which is their first obligation, they can get disbarred. So in the UNNM Constitution, which the Nuwaubians and Sabaeans, you cannot use that because you're black. You didn't follow the instructions and look at the last page and get it notarized. You cannot use an attorney. It says if you use one, they better be what? Have an oath to defend your indigenous rights. If not, then you become subject to their jurisdiction. So for Khufu to tell people on that thing 48 hours ago that Doc said, yeah, he said to become lawyers, right? But that was certain people. That's not for all Nuwaubians to be an attorney. An attorney turns your property over to the state. A lawyer is someone learned in the law. And corporations, this is in the Harvard Law Review. Corporations cannot use attorneys for their legal issues. So these corporations are not supposed to be hiring attorneys. They're supposed to be going back and forth with the injured party. So again, you Sabaeans and Nuwaubians do not know what you are doing. So stop.
As a collective,
listen. I'm telling you right now.
We're having this conversation.
No. See, you don't understand something.
Go ahead.
If you all are black African Americans, you have no standing at law. I don't have to listen to you. And
I understand.
This is not disrespect. This is
I got you. But we already established that.
You gotta listen, man.
We already established that. I established my SF 181.
This is not for you.
Okay, say no more. Go ahead.
Afterward. What's going to happen is when these things happen. Case in point, Byron Allen sued Comcast.
That's right.
Bam! What did Comcast do? Went and used the 1865 civil rights act against him. I said, hold on. What the hell are they doing that for? That's when I realized, He got to prove 100% that it's because he's black why he can't get the licensing, which he can't do. Oh, plus what happens? Black has no standing at law because what? The Dred Scott decision has not been overturned. So I'm showing people how to go back into those contracts. And this is why people who were Sabians and Sabbats and Nawabians, I said, file an affidavit of fraud against them that got sent to Bushwick. And Bushwick never responded to most of the people. Some of them they did. And there are some who are now joining our nation that got liens against the UNNM and the Sabians. That's why I made a phone call was made. And then I said, no, you guys got to turn everything over. You all are black. So if you take the Moderna, the AstraZeneca, what's the other one? AstraZeneca, the Pfizer, that's tracking in there. You become a product. And there's a federal case of 2013 where the U.S. Supreme Court said that, yes, if you take in genetically modified materials, you're no longer a human. You ain't entitled to that. So for them to say, oh, ASHNYM said he took the Moderna. Moderna is an injectable computer operating system. There's a book that ASHNYM wrote called Dr. Malachi versus the Computer. Mm-hmm. I'm like, are these people paying attention here? So I can guide people on how to do this stuff properly. So then if there is that conflict, then you get to say the magic words. I am white, because black means pale. There's nothing pale about you. So to utter the word and say black power is a galactical universal dishonor, because your DNA that is encoded knows you are not pale. So you're living a lie. The universe sends back the energy, punish them. That's why y'all can't do nothing. And I keep telling y'all that. Y'all don't want to, you all have to be students. Y'all are not prepared for this. You are not ready for this level. You have to be taught how to do this properly. And currently, just to bring you up to speed, I've already gotten in touch with the 4 barons under the Article 61 of the 1215 Magna Carta. I've already communicated with them. Incidentally, was the day after that thing with Khufu came off, not counting the claim on the British throne and the crown that I've had since 2012, 5/25/2005, that I have to lean on her. So all of that predates what Khufu's talking about. So it doesn't make it. Go ahead.
Let me ask a question. What about the fact that Khufu was a signatory on the original contract? He was mentioned as one of the 4 families.
What original contract?
Of the Yamasee contract.
What? Black. If he ain't got an SF-181, he black. You think the courts don't know that? Let me explain this to you again, to everybody. Anything that you all sign, but your SSN, registration of live birth, says Negro on it, and you don't have a counterclaim to that under the 1707 Sestekivi or 1666 Sestekivi Trust Act, you're black. And if you don't do that form, and I'm going to give everybody a warning because I know you Newabians is stubborn, you're damn garrobat and don't want to listen. If you go fill that form out, and you get yourself jacked up, don't bother calling me. That's why I have the webinar to guide people how to do it properly. Because what is the issue? When you find out that you're white and your contract is white, I'll use Tiffany Haddish. She did it and she's off the chain in the States, in Hollywood. She's off the chain. Why? Because she realized, right? She didn't go into the definition. She just dealt with it from her own intuition. ASHNYM says you're not black. The black man is the East Indian, the Hindu. So when I hear Malik Shabazz, who I called and he ain't returned my calls, when I hear Professor Griff, who I met in New York in the West End and was going to teach people openly about, the UCC, right? And then Professor Griff is acting like he don't know. These guys saying black power. It's like, nah, man, these guys is knuckleheads. They're agents. They're on contract. So I have to accept the fact they're on contract. What do you think? The guy who was for Beyonce, her producer, He was on the production team. It's around 2017. Did the webinar. He was facing a 3 strikes in California. I showed him how to do SF-181. He was on the webinar, and he beat it with no attorney. 3 strikes. Anybody in California know if they're serious about that 3 strikes in Cali? And he beat it. No attorney. But I showed him how to do it. And then Beyonce, I said, okay, her sister Solange was supposed to call my mate and said, okay, I'll do it because of who she is privately. But then when Jay went and danced with Maria Abramovich, the spirit cooker connected to John Podesta, which you know is connected to Hitlery, who's doing the pizzas, eating children, that's when I said, F that. And I said, nope. That's when I did a 5-day comment and blasted her and Jay-Z over that stuff. That's why when Jay-Z tried to go to the patent office to patent Blue Ivy's name, they said, no, you can't do that. Said he's what? Black, and he's a billionaire. Do y'all see do you see the connection? Does everyone see the pattern here? If you see the pattern.
Well, I agree with the black white. I agree with that, the SF-181 situation.
So you have to have somebody that is white to do it and show you, guide you, walk with you. You run into any difficulty, I become what? International third party witness. So one of the reasons Malcolm X was killed, because he said, forget civil, human rights. I already proved May 11th, 1955, that the congressional record, page A3220, Congress is not bound by the Constitution. So why are all these black civil rights from the 60s screaming Constitution when it's void in the court? The only thing is the U.S. Constitution and the UN Charter. And they don't use it. Why? They can't use it because they are being manipulated. Cornel West know about the SF-181 was put in his hand. He wouldn't write a letter of recommendation. So at that point, I realized, okay, these guys are exactly what Dr. Sebi said. They don't care about the health of black people. Dr. Who wrote the book ISIS Papers? Dr. Cress Welsing.
Francis Cress Welsing.
She got all the paperwork, and then she was asked the question, why are we still calling ourselves black? She couldn't answer the question. She squirmed. So black people have to, Nubian Sabians, Moors and Simple, they got to prove they want freedom. What I see from my experience is that majority of the people want to be exotic Negroes on the plantation.
How do they prove that they want freedom?
They don't understand that your freedom will require this system having to crash, because they're doing necromancy in New York, because Wall Street is built on an African cemetery, all white. So therefore, since you know that those people were black, and some of them, they're reaching out to you all in your genes, guiding you to me, and I'm saying, okay, this is how we got to do this. Because anytime I say I am white to somebody who's an Amorite, they don't say nothing. Sometimes they'll nod at you, wink at you, oh, you know the game, you hip, and leave it at that. But Gene Keating, Jack Smith, and the rest of these guys who are talking about the Constitution and the 13 companies, they have to go back to the 1606 Virginia Charter. But then our ancestors was here before Christopher Colombo. So you can't contract commercial definitions, and etymology and anthropology are different terms and conditions. When you're doing commerce, you cannot be calling yourself black and accept to get equity in the courts or in general. Let's get some people here.
I was going to say, that being said, do we have anybody that wants some questions? I'm putting a link in the comment section, and y'all come in with every questions y'all have. Again, we appreciate you and the rest of the At-sik-hata tribe that stepped up and that.
No, we're a nation. No, we ain't no tribe.
So y'all upgraded from a tribe to a nation. When did that happen, and how did that go about?
That was around 2008. We did that. UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We have the right to self-determination. That was the draft was in the UN Constitution, but Nubians can't use it because they don't know what the hell they're doing. That's why they got to sit there. They can mention it, but they cannot invoke it, because the first thing I'll say, okay, let me see your contract, because you got to establish a contract with who? The head chief executive officer. Mm-hmm. And this is what I told Victoria. Said all that stuff y'all doing, they ain't gonna do nothing with that. You all ain't gonna accomplish a damn thing. And what happened? Nothing. All she's doing is showing her her bikini body on a yacht. So I said, oh, I see where the money going.
Yeah.
Cool.
Anybody got any questions? Step in, get involved to evolve or dissolve. That's how this thing
I
is
like
going.
that.
Yeah, get involved to evolve or dissolve. So a lot of people talking inside the chat. Step on up, hit the link, and talk to the people. You got any questions for the brother? Any clarifications, comments, something? We've been here all night.
Chief, we ain't doing
For
that.
the chief. All right, you the chief. You the chief. Let's go. Let's go. First step. I'm calling. So I'm, my concern, of course. I'm gonna go back to there. I keep going back to it because I'm still not understanding as far as your participation and the hesitation with getting Chief Black Thunderbird out.
Okay, excellent question. First of all, I don't believe he's there. I've said this time again.
Now this is
and the one who told me, you
don't believe he's there, you saying?
No, I don't.
Okay,
I don't. And the one who told me was Don Nicoleon down in what's her name, Monticello.
Oh, you believe her?
I spoke with her.
You believe her?
I'm speaking with everybody.
But Don,
all
that's
of them
your
want to talk
reference?
about me. None of them. Monticello. No, this was 2009 to 2010. Somewhere's in there. I spoke with Don Nicoleon.
So where is he then?
Pardon?
According to you, you say you don't believe he's there. Where do you believe he is then?
Where he's at.
Where do you believe he is?
Where he's at.
All right, he's at where he at. He be where he be. Where do you think that is?
Where he's at. He don't have to disclose to you Negroes where he's at.
I understand. I'm just saying. I'm asking you.
And I just said he's where he's at. He's not there. What difference does it make? What difference? Okay, if he's back
because you made the statement that you don't believe that he's there.
If he's back on Septet, if he's in Sahu, if he's in Risk, what difference does it make? You can't.
You know why? I'm gonna tell you the difference. I'm gonna tell you the difference right now. Because when you say that he's not in prison, he's not in a sijin for the last 20 years suffering, then you're saying that he left his people for dead with no communication. And that I totally disagree with. Okay. And that you're saying that he basically left his people like, you know what? F y'all, deal what you're gonna deal with. I'm done. And that goes against what he's been teaching.
No, because you only had a half hour.
No, he didn't.
Pardon?
No, he didn't.
No, you all only had 30 years.
He had 60.
No, 30.
It was 60. It's the first half an hour and the second half an hour, 1970 to 2000, and 2000, 2030.
I'll accept that for valid consideration.
Okay. 30, I just want to put it on record. Years. It's not it's the man of the hour, not the man of the half an hour. Okay? Let's just say that.
30 years. 30 years from where? 30 years from what?
1970 to the year 2000.
No,
and the year 2000 to
1967.
Listen, that was an attempt. That was an attempt.
It wasn't an attempt because he filed a document called 9 Ball.
He did. I know. I'm familiar with the information.
All right. So you got when his mission started was 1967.
That was before the cycle. That was before the opening of the Seventh Seal. We're talking about from the Seventh Seal to 1970 to the year 2000. And
accepted for value.
That's the first 30. And from
for value.
2030 to 2000 to the year 2030, because 2000 is the next when the sun cycle starts.
No, sun cycle.
End of the Tamahu cycle with 6,000 year rule is 2000, and so we start now in 2000 going in. We're in 21 years after the sun cycle.
Accepted for value with this caveat. You're still contracting as black. Go ahead.
No, listen. I agree. We need to change all of that stuff.
Okay, so are you all teachable?
Absolutely.
You can speak for you. My experience with New Wabians, you can speak for you. You can't speak for them.
My experience, I've been walking with the master teacher since I was 11 years old. So I can speak for my travels with the different mentalities and psychologies of the family throughout the different metamorphisms. And I can say this, just like the master has said, he has to sift through the muck and mire to find the jewels. And so that happens within within the Nuwapians, Sabians, whatever you want to call it, you have how the nation of gods and earth nation Islam was saying, you have the 5, 10, and 85ers, right? You're gonna have that breakdown, 5, 10, and 85ers. Okay. So, but my point is that this is still in the time cycle of Baba Yanun Atum Ray's appointment to the planet. That's my point. And now, wherever he's at, you don't have to reveal it, according to you. Can you communicate with him and let him know he's still on the clock, being that he's not inside the Sajin, according to you? But that'll make sense.
I'm not accepting. I don't believe he's there. I don't. See, there's a difference between here. People like to talk about spiritual things and things of that nature. Come on, people in the audience. I know y'all feel free. Don't front.
Come on up here. Come on up here, ask the questions, y'all. Don't come in on no scared stuff. We don't do that. We hold the line.
See, this is my point. This
come on, y'all.
They're scared. They ain't ready for this.
The link is in the Kaim. What's happening? You coming up? You got something to say? All right,
questions.
Yeah. All right, the questions. Come on. Let's go.
Okay,
let's go.
Going back to what you were saying.
Hey.
The point of the matter here is this. The contracts that people believe what they want, they accept what they want to accept, believe what they want to believe.
Facts.
Now, when it comes to facts, this is what it is. I have shared and helped so many people who realize they have to call themselves white in commerce, and they don't get no pushback. The ones that get pushback from is the black people, because I realized when you watch the movie Get Out, black people are under hypnotism. So that movie was an excellent movie to watch to show why black people why is it that they just seem so susceptible? Because they've been hypnotized for all these years.
That's the spell. That's right.
Intergenerationally, they just fall right into it.
We have a question for you.
Go ahead.
All right, come on. Isa Almaty, you on, beloved. Peace and blessings, Rahul. How you doing?
Rahul Bar, how you doing, Chief Nanya? How you doing, fellow?
Rahul.
I have a question is, let's say all of these Nuwapians or Sabians take that step and do the SF-181 form properly. What's the next step? Because one thing that they're saying, I know you don't believe he's locked up. Whoever's locked up at the ADX under that alias or whatever needs to be released. So how's that go towards that end? I think that's the question that everybody in the chat and Brother Pharaoh's wanted to.
Well, master, man.
Well, I thought I answered that. And so I'll answer it again. When ASHNYM was in the Middle District Court in Macon, June 30th, 2003, and this is why I didn't care for what Tamaray was doing, because they were hiding a lot of the transcripts. On the transcripts, ASHNYM said, I am indigenous, I'm sovereign, I need to be handed over to Moorish Cherokee Court. That was when Hadik, Khufu, Amun, and I know Amun, so all of them I know. They were there, presented the blue back. Now the problem came in with Manny Aurora, right? See, I keep, and I'm bringing it's asked, so we're going to deal with it. An attorney's first job is to the court, not the client. The Wabians, Sabians don't want to accept that reality. So therefore, they don't know about maritime procedures, such as doing a letter of rogatory instructing the attorney, you do this, 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 and this. And if you don't do it, you're fired. They don't know about that. So they would know that they could give instruction. A lot of times people turn around and do what? Say, oh, they talked to the lawyer. And the first thing I said, did you put it in writing? Now, because of email and everything, okay, did you email it? No. I said, well, he's not going to do nothing. And if you have a problem with them, then it gets into what? Attorney-client privilege. Mm-hmm. So therefore, because it's attorney-client, you can't discuss that unless you say, okay, you have to file suit to fire that lawyer, which you gave fiat to, and then get another lawyer to fire the first lawyer, and they're all part of the same club. Overstood?
Overstood.
So when ASHNYM said that, Khufu was there, Hadik was there, Rashad was there, Amun was there. So when they were there, and that happened, right? Because I wasn't there for what Khufu said he was told to do. I'm not disputing that. I wasn't there. However, I do know the works that they did in the beginning part. Oh yeah. So the point was, they, with what the work that they did, right, back in that 2003, came for, they didn't come as no Negroes. They came as indigenous. All the administration on Tamaray, all the Nuwabis, y'all don't want to hear this. I'm going to tell you all this.
We listening. Let's
white in the face.
You want all the smoke.
You all are not going to get anything done contracting as black, associating with black, going to black African American parades like y'all were doing, right? That's not going to. I was watching all that. I saw all of that, so I know what was going on, right? So you're not going to do that. So when he says he's indigenous, the court says, okay, I got the docket that Garland did doing Atumre's genealogy, and Atumre signed UCC 1-308. So ain't nobody can tell me, oh, don't use UCC, because Atumre put that in the court case, and even Adrian Patrick admitted that he was learning UCC from Atumre. So meditate and chew on that. So now what happens? He says that, the court says, okay, we know all these people who are there dressed up looking like they're Indian, their contracts are actually black. And since they don't have any identifying document commercially, because remember, the SF-181 is a federal form by the federal government, and they're allowing people to change their race and ethnicity. We know how to do it in such a way that it's like we don't want to deal with that, because the concern is creating a stampede of other black people running, which we're going to be getting soon, because people don't really comprehend what I've done. Ain't nobody else qualified to make you all white. I am. Ain't nobody. I am the one that can make you all white. Even in the Man from Planet Risk, it said the Amorites call it the white planet. So white planet for white people. The definition of white, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. Ain't Sudan in North Africa? He said, all white. Then what was the next problem? Atumre was trying to get a Sayyid Sadiq to fly the flag of the Mahdi, and he refused. By him doing that, he ended up in jail. So what I have experienced and seen from being on Tamaray, I didn't live on Tamaray, but we go up there, work, help, work on some of the different monuments and stuff, was that people, black people, the people around don't listen to Atumre. And I was in New York at the Hall of Knowledge when the girl asked him, he was upstate in the Catskills at that time. This was 1991. And a woman said, oh, Imam, I want you to be the Imam of New York. He said, thank you, those wonderful words, but no, I can't be the Imam here in New York. And she's like, why? He said, black people don't listen. That's the problem with y'all. Y'all don't listen. And I'm telling you 1,000 times until y'all get it. This is not hate. Some people misinterpret that. I have to care enough to even talk to you all. From a commercial standpoint, I don't have to listen to nothing any of you all got to say. However, I like the discussion, the talk, and it also puts it out there in the Akashic record for those that were in the temple 2 weeks before they raided Tamaray. So what I realized is when I found the form and wasn't looking for it, I was looking for something else, was I said, this is why we're having problems commercially. What's Kanye West complaining about? He can't get out of his contract with the record company. He got to keep making music. Why? Because he's black. Do y'all understand this? If I can't, I'm not going to teach people who are going to be belligerent, right? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to waste time with y'all. I'm telling you all, he said it. Most of you heard it. So the court is saying, okay, he's indigenous, so we're supposed to let this man just walk free on the land, even though statements were made, they're like, oh, hell no. All these people have what? Contracts with the government. Even if they're dressed looking indigenous, they're going to say, what's your contract? My naturalcredit.tripod.com, my full faith and credit that Kufa was talking about, that been on since 2007. Signed by Condoleezza Rice. So I don't have to prove anything. I exported the U.S., Canada, Mexico corporations. I exported the U.S. Post Office. I got a lien on the International Monetary Fund, and I got a statement of claim. Statement of claim on Elizabeth II, which they can't respond to, because now that the Cheddar Man picture was revealed, which came out after I did my claim, they're saying this goes back 10,000 years of the first Briton. So for those who have the book ASHNYM wrote called Let's Set the Record Straight, you have to embrace the reality of who you are organically. When you're doing contracts, you're stepping into a different veil, into a different world, different terms and different definitions. Because under the NC, National Center for Education Statistics, they say the categories of white, African American, Black, Asian do not, those categories do not denote scientific definitions of anthropological or anthropological origins. The designations denote U.S. citizens, resident aliens, and other eligible non-citizens. And what did the guy in 1857, Justice Taney, say? A black man has no rights, which a white man is bound to respect. They are not part of the body politic. They are outside the system. That's why Sam Kennedy had him and Gene Keating had an event. And I knew a girl up in New York that went to his event, and they were saying to the Moors coming in and other indigenous was like, why are you all coming to our meetings? You all have more power than us. They know you're the white people, but if you don't claim it, they could at least squat. The moment you say, oh, no, we're the descendants of the original people here, now the American Indians who are genetically from Siberia, they can't run that hustle no more. Boom. The government has to either turn around and take that loss or say we want money back from them. But since most of the reservations are broke anyway, they'll have to eat that. And then for us, we say, no, you got to give everything that's entitled to. I got the claims out there. They don't have to accept it. People don't have to believe it. It makes no difference. I've put stuff on file. When that Cheddar Man picture is there, showing this is what the original quote unquote Britain looks like, that means if Elizabeth doesn't look like that Cheddar Man, she's not royal. That means the Rockefellers ain't royal. The Rothschilds are not elite. The 13 Illuminati families aren't. Do you see the connection here now, Esau?
Yeah, we spoke before. I acknowledge that. I got mine corrected. But my follow-up to that is, let's say a good enough number of the Nuwapians or Sabians, whatever the group is called, do that. Are you in agreement with Emperor Khufu that he has to be released into a tribal jurisdiction to clear his name? Are you on the same page with that?
If he was incarcerated.
If he was. Or whoever is. They talk about 7 clones. Whoever is.
It makes no difference. What are you all doing? That's my point. Like, they want ASHNYM out to do what? To go back to being Tamaray again and turn into an entertainer? No. This is what the purpose was. When he came down here, he said his mission was to raise the dead, the mentally dead, right?
Yeah.
You all have to do this. And the problem is people want to look at ASHNYM as a religious figure. And he said, no, if you're going to come, unless you're going to come up and join me on the cross, I'm not doing that. So I keep hearing the same mantra from mummies saying, well, we got to get him out. We got to do this. To do what?
First and foremost, so he don't die in jail. All
Death
right?
is
To
a
free
human
him,
construct.
to free him from the torture. Because guess what? He's on the cross.
And I heard back in 2004 that he said he put himself up on the cross and he'll get himself down when he's good and ready. Y'all can't do nothing for him.
You said you heard that? What
Yes,
was
I
what
did. I
was
was
that
in
written?
Macon, Georgia. I was in Macon,
What was that-
Georgia.
what was that written in? Because you give a lot of quotes, you give a lot of references. So I'm
Yes.
trying to get the reference for that.
This is one of the many letters or the saying that was said.
Okay, your updates and
But,
stuff. Okay,
but my point being here is this: who are you? Oh, you're a Sabian, you're a Nuwaubian, but who are you all on the planet? Because the planet is doing commerce. They're going to crash the U.S. and they're going to turn around and reboot everything. So, is Sabian listed on a job application? No. Is it listed on a car loan? No. Title? No. It's
talk
not
about nationality. You talk about nationality. So what, according to you, what was we as far as what was At-sik-hata teaching about nationality?
He wasn't.
So
you know why he
did
wasn't?
what you would call indigenousness.
He wasn't. You know why?
Why?
Because at the back of the UNNM Constitution, which I mentioned earlier,
You did.
he said you were supposed to sign off on that. And then you would have got a reclamation form from him and he would have claimed you all. But what happened when the book came out, not too many Nuwaubians did it. So he was expecting them to jump on because the Constitution came out around 1992, correct?
Around that time, but the whole book didn't come out.
Listen, the UNN, I'm talking about the UNN Constitution, the small dark book. That was out. And what happened was, what was supposed to happen is if you accept him, you were supposed to sign at the back of that, send it in, and you would have got a reclamation form. So what I found out was there were some people who did it and got it. So that's different. But there were those who didn't. A lot of Nuwaubians didn't do it. So At-sik-hata said, okay, they're not ready. So that's it. So I was on Tamaroy when the sister asked the question, what about our sovereignty? He said, I had to put that on ice. And the reason he had to put it on, y'all ain't ready. Y'all wasn't ready. Y'all still ain't ready.
And you saying we still ain't ready when we having this conversation now because we digging in the crates to get in line. We digging in the crates to stand on the square.
Yeah.
So this is what the question and answer is about.
If you're digging in the crates to stand on the square, then you got to realize who's the plenipotentiary, and it's me. So at this point, I've already given notice to the Nuwaubians, the Sabians. I said, no, you got to turn all that stuff over to me. All y'all the Negroes, you can't. You've proven that it has been demonstrated. It's called guilt by association and accessory before, during, or after the fact. Their fraud that has been done stinks to Iliun. The fraud that has been done stinks to Iliun. Okay. No, this is my interview. I'm telling you how I feel. I'm not.
Listen, okay, you answering the question. Bro, I'm good with it.
I had people calling me, so it stinks to Iliun. So now to fix it, it ain't gonna be no African American, no black. It has to be an autochthon, meaning from the soil that is white, to set everything right. And you all have demonstrated on a whole, you are not qualified to lead. Period.
So you're going to leave your you're going to have your information and links and stuff so the people can get in contact to figure.
I think I have people doing it right now. That's putting it in the chat.
We have another question from somebody. If you
yes, please, let's go. Questions.
All right, brother Irvin, peace and blessings. Right back. What's going on? You live with the chief.
Rahul back, Yassar, goodies and prosperity, forward thinking people. Hashtag we are the asset. All right, so here's the thing. What we have to do is have dialogue to produce the results, right? White is not a nationality, it's a status, right? So it's the key is nationality. All right.
No, it's not.
The key is nationality. White is not a status. So when you calling people saying that you got to be white, it's not a nationality. Anybody can be white in status, and anybody can be black in status. Okay. So, and going back to the point, going back to the question that was asked, when we accomplish the goal of setting the record straight as far as nationality is concerned, and the autochthonous white people in status set the record straight, right? What are we going to do as far as the habeas corpus and getting the chief Black Eagle? It's a matter of opinion as to what you're saying, because if you feeling like he's not your chief, he's not your Black Eagle, right?
He said he's not there at all.
Right. And so, but okay, and I get your opinion or your point of view as far as saying that spiritually he's not there, but physically the body is. All right. Nobody left behind. However, if you're saying like ethically and spiritually,
well, he didn't specify. He just said he's not there. He said, "Yeah, we at."
Well, I guess that means everything that you feel like you've done it on your own, and you don't need your chief Black Eagle.
He's
and
not
so
my chief.
and so you don't have the value other than you saying that you can accomplish things as far as getting people the correct way, and as far as a certain way to file, giving notice to these jurisdiction or whatever you like to call, giving them notice as to who you are, what you are, and as you relate to the rest of the world, and any type of treaties as they relate to you, right? But you're feeling like all that you've done and do is on your own accord, so you don't have anything to do with the chief Black Eagle, and that's fine. That's your choice.
No,
right?
I
However, we're looking for those who want to give value to give us the assistance and allow us to get a man, a being who has changed the world so that he's not left behind. And that's the whole thing. That's the only question that's left to be answered is what are we going to do? And are you going to be a part of that mission?
Let me answer his question.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. First is I've put out a lot of communications to the Nuwaubians. I've had people who were former Nuwaubians who changed their contracts, did the affidavits of fraud, etc. And the thing is, at this point, what has to happen is they have to turn that whole organization over to me. That's the starting point. Black has no standing at law. You all can't continue to keep going in this constant feedback loop thinking, well, we're in charge. No, I've challenged the best people. That's Khufu, that's all of them. I said, here, punch holes in my stuff. And it's been silence. And this is since 2007. I contributed when I got a message or a sign, if you will, which is what caused me to do the third-party intervener. So I thought Nuwaubians, and then change the names to Sabians, would have thought to put Adrian Patrick on the spot by asking the question. And it's funny, I'm the one that brought it up and now got to ask the question, which Nuwaubians aren't doing, to ask him, where is the document that Chief Nanya Shabu El filed at the appeals court? We need to see that. For the people who were able to visit, the people who were able to have access, who were working with the attorneys, that's the first thing they should be asking. Because the moment they say, yes, we want a copy of that so we can see what I filed, because that will give you a comprehension of what happened as far as my contribution. There's shapeshifters amongst y'all, Draco reptilians amongst y'all. So let's start dealing with this reality now. It's a known fact there were a lot of Garubat on Tamaray. So a lot of times when stuff needed to get done, they would turn around and jam that up, them or the agents that was up there. So at this point, your reputation, doesn't matter if you change, you call yourself Sabbats, you could call yourself Septets, in the next year, you can call yourself Anunnaks, Anunnans, Mintakas, won't make a difference. Your reputation and the energy associated with that precedes you all. And so because of that, in order to go forward, how serious do you want assistance? Can you all humble yourselves? This has been a 2002, okay, 2002, what are we, 2021? So this is what, a 19-year lesson in humility, and you all have demonstrated you cannot do it. Me personally, or autochthonously, strike personally, but me autochthonously, I wouldn't even bother with you all, because the thing of the point of the matter is you don't understand the position you're in. Talk about elevation. It's a planetary game to use the word black and identify people with high levels of carbon in their skin as black. So now to change that, it is required is the change in mentality and accepting the fact that when you see Tiffany Haddish talk about on Netflix that she's a white woman, goes on Stephen Colbert, goes on all these other talk shows, goes on the Breakfast Club, and Charlemagne the God of all people won't even say, what do you mean you're a white woman? Explain that. Nope. But Stephen Colbert asks her, how did you become white? That means he's at some level aware of, okay, there's a reason why she's saying this. And then when she explained it to him, he says to her, congratulations. That's the key. When people come on my webinar, they get a certificate of achievement. When they want to change their Facebook name to their indigenous name, because Facebook says we need a legal document to do that. My certificates is what Facebook uses for people to change their indigenous appellation, the slave name, the debtor name, into their indigenous appellation. Now you create the separation between the artificial for the purpose of commerce and the real flesh and blood.
So, brother.
All right, ASHNYM, you asked the question that you don't want to have nothing to do with the mission. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Greatly appreciate you.
So the reality is, because of, as you say, because of the stiff-necked and rebelliousness of the tribe or the so-called students of Atum-Re, you leave him in the Sijin to suffer.
Yes.
No, I don't leave him. You guys do, because you don't listen.
But you have the information, right? And
hold on, but I've given you all the information.
Well, you gave somebody, son.
No, I've given you all. No, you can't say that.
You keep repeating the SF.
You agreed that around 2016, you were aware of the meeting we had.
Absolutely.
And that did not happen. I told them, if you cannot get Hagar on the line, I'm not talking.
I don't know. Yeah, but I heard about that. I have nothing to do with that situation, though.
Do you see how you demonstrate? I'm trying to.
What circle of people were you dealing with? Were you contracting with at that time?
No, I was circle of people with them. They contacted me. Consulate Aries did.
But
so if you guys,
of people,
if you guys didn't have your house in order, that's not my problem.
We don't
even know
who those people were.
Okay. So that's cool. He's saying, right?
Yes.
Our best move and our only choice or decision that we need to make as to who we're gonna roll with that has the competence and the ability to get our chief Black Eagle out is Emperor Khufu. And so he's not interested in, nor does he have the competence to do so. And we need to not waste any more time in asking for his assistance to bring in value, because that's what you're doing. You're bringing value to people. And if you're feeling like taking it on a personal level to what you feeling like you have and what you're doing, you're really not aware of what this is all about.
You're still black.
Because you're not doing nothing of yourself.
You're still black. You're still black.
All right, brother.
Who's still black? I'm not black. I'm really not. You have no idea what I've done. And I'm not even going to waste my time in trying to tell you, because I have nothing. I have no one to prove. I don't have anything to prove to you neither. Because everybody can set a declaration. Anybody can. You think that you're doing things just because they respond to you. Who is they? Who are they? Why are you even wanting to answer? Why does it make you feel like because you got to answer for them that you have this recognition? It matters not.
Value and consideration. Accepted for value and
Jurisdiction. You still would be in that jurisdiction if you got if you have to answer to them. You still in that jurisdiction with all your followers. Because you don't have your own venue.
I appreciate you, beloved. Listen, I
appreciate you too, brother.
Thank you for the question and with the brother. I just have to say though, Chief, it does disappoint me with all the sacrifice that ASHNYM has done that you also have benefited from. That you would now look and scapegoat the Nuwaubians or Sabians and use them or us to disregard him. Outside of us,
disregarded him. I said he's not there.
You said he's not there.
I said he's not there. Number two, I said if he is, and I've said this before, I'll say it tonight to the caller and everyone else who's a Nuwaubian or Sabian. Y'all are Black and African American. You ain't fooling me. You all are Black and African American. You're not fooling me. You're Black and African American in your contracts. I don't care if you wear a double unk, if you wear namoozes. I don't care. That doesn't mean anything. We're talking about commerce and contracts. When you go to a store, you go to a job, you go to this, you all are checking off Black or African American. You ain't putting Nuwaubian. No, you're putting Black or African American. So stop fronting. So when you contract like that, the Dred Scott decision, which has not been overturned, says that no descendant of Africans has any rights. I know it hurts, but you got to let go of Black in your contracts. That's the only way. I'm telling you all.
Let me see. All right, we got anybody else that got questions? The link, I'm about to post the link again. We kind of wound down. We had the brother, we had the chief here for like 3 hours. Okay, I'm posting the link again in the chat. So we definitely wound it down. It's been a very interesting evening. I admire your intelligence. Even Kufu was constantly talking about how intelligent he said he one of the sharpest. He's definitely one of the sharpest. We have a question of brother E King. E King, right back, peace and blessings. What's going on, beloved? You on 6 minutes, Doug Fresh, you on. On. E King, what's up? We can't hear you. Get involved. Let's go. We hear you. Come on now. Right back.
I'm here.
Our beloved E King, Amari.
Hello,
can you hear me? All right, let me see. We can hear you. You gotta talk up, dog.
Okay. Quick question. To Nanya Shambu L.
Yeah, Chief Nanya At-sik-hata tribe. Yeah.
Yes, Chief.
At-sik-hata Nation. Every time you do it, I'm gonna get in your foot. I'll put my foot. Nation.
It's new. Excuse me. I snoonie somehow. Go ahead, girl.
Yes, go ahead. Are you there?
Student, speak. All right, hold on, bro. I can't hear you. You're not saying nothing. All right, we got somebody else.
One of those.
Yeah, we hear you, God. Go ahead.
One of those questions was, what language does your people speak? Where is your land? And where do you currently reside in the continent of North America? Thank you.
Okay, great question. Number one, our language is Yamasee, and we also can speak Tamarayan. That's the first thing. The next thing is our land area, our land. Oh, that's all from Alaska down to Argentina because of an export declaration that I did March 17, 2008. As I mentioned earlier, I talked about the 1606 Virginia Charter. I have already got a document authenticated at the U.S. State Department with a lien on the state of Georgia. And as much as people want to say, oh, the UCC doesn't matter, no, because there is what's called the Sestakeve Trust. And under the canons of positive law, you have to, and I'm going to tell people already, if you think you're going to pick my brain and think you're going to use this, you're going to be in for a surprise, because there is a spiritual element that is involved in this. They're going to know who is doing this from their cells out versus who's just doing this to try, oh, is this another hustle? And this was another problem with the Nuwaubians. I think he fell off, but I'm going to answer. I'm going to
you can answer the question. He just got he's going to come back in right now.
Okay. So that's the next thing. So I don't reside in a corporation. I'm standing on the land. This is the reason why I did the export, and I did what was called a land pass. I did that for certain people from the Washita, an elder from the Washita, and one cat from the Moorish Science Temple. So none of the temples are supposed to be operating, not the Moorish Consulate, not the Nuwaubians, not the Sabaeans. None of them are supposed to be operating, because they're all doing what? Commerce. So since they're not autochthons, they're not indigenous, they're not secure parties, they have no kind of a public declaration out there, and their foundational contract, birth certificate, social insurance number has them as Black/African American, and they do all their work, occupation, contracting as Black African American. They have no standing at law. This is what I've been trying to convey to you all to this shadow hour. It is not me. I'm not making this. I'm honoring the contract that these Amorites put out, because they're genetic mutations. So if you all don't want to accept the fact that you are white in commerce, then you deserve what happens to you. There is a report that came out, published in the UK Times. The median income of Black people and Latinos is going to go to zero by the year 2053. I say it'll probably get here by about 2030. And with that, Black as the word will be synonymous with poverty, which the computer intelligence is going to track and say, okay, because they're having problems with the facial recognition technology, because it is based off of an Amorite face. So the computer intelligence is giving false positives and falsely identifying people. So then if you're Black, you fall into that, then you got a problem. Why? Because Black has no standing at all. So they don't have to listen to you until it gets obvious. Oh, shoot, we damaged this person. Oh, we're sorry. We apologize. Oh, we'll let you go. Right? If they decide to do if they decide to compensate and restitute, it's at their discretion. But for the most part, no. And so all the land from Macon, North Carolina, South Carolina, I was all Yamasee territory. But the thing is, what they've done, what the Empress and the Washita have done, they did it on the organic side. They didn't cover the commercial side, because this is, again, something that Khufu doesn't know. I spoke with an elder from the Washita, and when the Hurricane Katrina happened, Khufu was there. We were there for that, for Hurricane Katrina at the sweat. We were at a sweat lodge, and what happened was, when I talked with an elder from the Washita who's in Chicago, known as Chicago, she said that's when Prince Charles came over with the check to give to the sovereign. But since there wasn't one, he left and went back. This is according to what I was told by a Washita elder. And at that time I said, oh, because they know who you all are. They know this. But you're saying in your commercial contracts that you are Black. Anything times Black equals zero nullifies all claims. That's my point. So I'm on the land. I'm on Treaty 6 territory, and I know about all of the different treaties as they relate to the land, and even the chiefs, and a couple of the chiefs I know up here. And I'm like, oh, they're not helping nothing because they're contracting with the government.
Yeah, so is that your question? We got like 4 more people in the thing waiting.
Let's do it.
Do you have any institutions set up?
Yes, our Autochthon Standing Process webinar. That is our institution.
So you're saying your institution is a Zoom call? I was looking more for like a brick and mortar establishment.
Yes, and a brick and mortar type establishment will come when it needs to come. Just because we don't have a brick and mortar, where we're at is it falls under the UN Convention on Consular Relations. We have an ambassador in New York that his son was having some issues, and the police would come, and they wouldn't even come into the apartment. And other tenants would say, "Why aren't you going in?" And he said, "Oh, that's international." He said, "I can't mess with that." But again, Khufu's saying, "I don't have any recognition."
I appreciate you so much for your time, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again on the platform.
I appreciate you, beloved. Thank you for your questions, man. Thank you for showing love and being here. You want to answer a couple of more questions? We got a few more people there.
Yeah, let's do this.
I mean, I'm gonna clear this. I'm gonna clear the queue, so to speak, and then we gonna be done. Brother Silas Congas, Raobat Mugdal, peace and blessings.
Raobat. Yeah.
Brother's question, what you gotta get in? Let's go.
Yes, man. How you doing, my brother?
I am that I am. I am white that I am white.
You're white. Okay. I mean, I'm from the lodge. I know about the white and the black and how to move back and forth. But my question to you, do you so you belong to a nation?
Yeah.
Right, you have a nation, right?
So my own nation.
You have your own nation.
Yes,
now that nation ties back to the land, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you have done you have looked up the historical records of your particular nation, right?
I went to the Georgia Archives for anyone who's in Atlanta, which is outside of Forest Park, and I went and looked at that's why they moved the case from Macon to what's the place there, Brunswick. So west of Brunswick, the Amorites were not supposed to go anywhere west of Brunswick, but they did. And so I saw the calendar, the map, showing year by year or every few years how it kept going further west to present day. So At-sik-hata goes all the way from Fort Valley north of Atlanta.
Okay.
See, one thing I learned from Prince Ramesses Bey, he said it doesn't matter as long as your feet touch the ground. Because we used to go to Akmogi and Prince Ramesses Bey did rituals there.
But so historically, you have found records that shows, of your tribe and the name.
This is this was on Wikipedia.
Okay, it was on Wikipedia, and also you found scientific data too. Have you done like the DNA?
Oh, no, we don't touch that. That's fraud. No? Ancestry DNA, that's fraud. I've had to help people write ancestry DNA because what they did.
I'm not right. I'm talking about like, for instance, they found a teeth in Bermuda. At the Bermuda, Benini. We call it Benini. I belong to the Confederation of Taino people.
Yes.
We have a seat at the United Nations. You know that, right?
You're talking about the United Confederation of Taino people?
Right. The United Confederation of Taino, right? Under Mukaru.
What's the chief again? Roberto
Borrero. That's right.
Mukaru. And I met them when I was at UN in 2005.
Okay. But not just the reason why I bring this up. They found the tooth over there in Bermuda, right? Yes. And they traced the DNA forensic, DNA, and they extracted DNA and they established that the same DNA is found amongst these people that are on the islands and even in the mainland. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. It's the same people, right?
Okay, right. It's the same people.
Same people.
So they have ties to the land. So my question to you is, tying to the land.
Yes.
At this present moment, do you have artifacts? Because us, at Confederation Taino people have artifacts. Borrero has artifacts. Yes. And then you can go to the islands and you see the plaza where the native and the Taino was there, right? And you see the symbology, you see the glyphs and all of that. So we have those artifacts.
Yes.
Those are artifacts and it's protected. Do you have that over here in the United States?
Yes.
You do where?
Right.
I'm interested. No. I'm talking about
can't say anthropology and disregard DNA because in order for an artifact to be in existence,
but you told me you didn't believe in DNA, right?
DNA. No, I said I don't do ancestry DNA.
Oh no. Yeah, right. You could do 23andMe, or you could do some other, a combination of all of them.
I said that is fraud. But when they found, for example, Lucia, right? So you're familiar with Lucia. And I did a weekly word or an open Q&A regarding that. And then a week later, the museum that held the bones burnt, because when they the reconstruction of Lucia, she doesn't look like the American Indian that they have in Hollywood. So they got mad about that, and it got burnt. So for our situation, UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, we have the right to self-determination. We know our history as under Article 8, which deals with the genocide, any genocide against indigenous peoples. Our DNA, and this is proven by Professor Jin Lee and Dr. Keith Chang, when they found out that the Chinese are actually mutants. This is Dr. Keith Chang's words, of the darker races, and Professor Jin Lee said that the Chinese come from the Africans. So our DNA is a building block that can go back millions of years on this planet.
Okay.
We are victims of genocide, apartheid, rape, forced assimilation, trafficking in human cargo, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. So that which is ours has been what? Taken from us. So we can claim land down in Florida. We could claim land in the Caribbean, because that was all the Lesser Antilles and the Greater Antilles was all part of the one landmass. But the problem comes in where when you're going to do claims or say, hey, we're indigenous, we need to have the ability to set up shop and set up our own village, etc. This is where the blockage comes in from the corporations, because the corporations are not domestic. They're international, they're transnational.
Okay, brother, you took me around the world with that one, but I appreciate it. But one more quick question. That flag you have behind you.
Yes.
Is that the flag of your nation?
Yes, it is.
It is. Now, Khufu has his flag, right?
Say that
Khufu
again.
has his flag also,
Yes,
right?
Khufu has his.
Right. They have his flag. Nuwaubians, Sabians have their flags also,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Now, in ancient Kemet on the walls, you know what the symbol is for the Naturals, right?
What is
the
the symbol?
Naturals.
What is the symbol for the Naturals?
3 flags. There's 3 flags up there.
3 colors.
No, 3 flags.
3 flags, 3 axes, 3
Yeah,
flags.
3
different,
flags.
3 colors.
Yeah. You know what that means, right?
Nope.
Okay. Well, we're gonna have to have another conversation on that, because I thought maybe you can break that down to me. Because you have a flag, Khufu has a flag. How come those three flags can't fly at a particular area? Like our master teacher had many flags flying in Tamaray. Remember that?
Well, this
but that was different. That was Tamaray, and they had flags of the different nations.
Yes, that's right.
Again, but Black or African Americans cannot be a nation of people. This is what I will come back to this 1,000 times. If your SSN registration live birth says Black, Negro, colored, you haven't changed that status of Black.
How about Hispanic?
It's void. Pardon?
Hispanic also, right?
Hispanic. Listen to
Hispanic. I know. So that also, right?
That doesn't qualify either.
So none of that qualifies at all.
This is why I keep saying I didn't make it up. I saw what the government did. This is how they're trapping people of color, African Americans, Latino. Latino has to deal with Italy. It ain't got nothing to do with Hispanic. Latino.
Right, we're not right. I know that. I know that.
These so-called Latino.
I never use Latino.
Themselves Latino, and they're not even correcting it.
No, that's just the language, because Hispanic is a Moorish Latin. That's what it is, Moorish Latin.
And so
I speak Hispanic. I speak Moorish Latin. But anyway, man, thanks a lot, man. I just want to come and support my brother over here. I want to just support my brother here, Pharaoh.
We trying to unpack it, guys. So we getting the brothers. They making the claims. They say they got the status.
You know what? Right.
We got to put it up.
Right. Exactly. You know what this remind me of, bro? And I did a podcast about it. As I was an Ansar in '73, and I was at the Young Brothers Bait. We used to have conversations like this all the time. brother get in the room together, and this is the talk. But the thing is, we got to do action. We got to come together. That's what the master teacher was able to do, is bring us under one banner. Bring us under many flags, because that's a natural. That's the force of nature. We come under one flag.
the proper trajectory so we don't go in the wrong direction.
Exactly.
That's what this
Exactly.
is about. We're mining our minds for the jewels of our souls.
No,
Well, let's keep banging. Let's keep banging. Let's keep banging and find how we can get unified. Right?
It's definitely we don't let the brothers come in.
The doorway is you got to get white. I don't care if you're Hispanic.
We got you. We heard the message, brother. I agree. Listen, I don't have any problem from that. With the
value.
Brother, you coming in, brother Kefre, Ray Atum, you coming in, beloved. Ask your questions. How you been, Raul Bat? Peace and blessings, beloved. First and foremost, I want you to ask your question, ask your comment, and then I'm gonna shift you out. You got 1 or 2 questions. Get 2 questions. I'm gonna shift you out because I got other people here, and it's like we've been over 3 hours and change, and it's already 12:30. So
that ain't nothing. I do 7-8 hours.
I know you do. I'm not a marathon runner. I ain't talking about 7-8 hours. Go ahead,
Raul Bat. I just had a question. I used to pedal with you. I pedaled with you. I think maybe 1 or 2 times. I think during the 90s. I don't know if you remember. Yeah. Yes.
And who are you again?
Back then I was Maduro, Dr. Abraham. You know what I'm saying? I pedaled with you. I think it was in New York.
Oh no, I never was in New York.
Well, we pedaled together one time, but you never said anything about it.
I never pedaled in New York.
I said I can't, exactly pinpoint it, but we pedaled together like 1 or 2 days, and you never said anything about this. So, I mean, that's just the context that I wanted to ask my question. Like, when did you start talking about this information?
About 2004 in Macon. We started learning. Now I got this from Yasuf El, so I always give Yasuf El honor because he used to live with me.
High frequency?
No, that's Yusuf El, not that.
Okay.
Yasuf El. This is a different guy. He does stuff too. He does some interesting stuff, but we lived together and we used to study together. He got information. I think it was a crack in the code or something he got on UCC. This was around 1999, before the AEO ball. And he got it from a brother in Philadelphia. And the brother in Philadelphia said he was knocking judges out the boxes. He was saying, I'm God and all this stuff. And those guys were doing so good. They were getting so proficient at it that they were actually flying when they had the, what was that jet they used to, not the supersonic jet that used to fly over to Europe? Not the Learjet, I'll just say supersonic for now, but that was the jet that the elite would take or whatever. And these guys were doing up instruments and flying back and forth on those jets. This is how good they were at it. Right. So he came down for the AEO ball in 1999 for anybody who was there, and he said the brother they were in the washroom and the brother said, "Here, I'm gonna give this to you because I know you can do this." And he was like, what? He just gave it to him. Yasuf El said he didn't know anything about it. He read it over, but he didn't really comprehend it. So then when me and him linked up and we started, he gave it to me. I said, oh, I get this. It's like writing basic code for computers. Oh, shoot. This is boom. So then from that time, me and him and Barkel were the only ones that could actually, if I was study-wise, that could keep up with me. And every time I get something, he'd be like, oh, I need that. And I said, oh, what'd you get? Oh, I got something. Hey, let me get that. And that's how we were doing it. So around 2000,
was back then.
So around 2004 or 2003, I think it was 2000. Yeah, it was 2003. Because my dad came down to visit me in Macon.
Oh, okay. So you was never in a mission in the early 90s.
Late 1990 to 1992, and I wasn't in New York. That's what I keep telling you. I never pedaled. I was in Toronto in Jamaat. I was in Toronto. I wasn't in New York. There is a brother that was an upstate. What was his name? Ibrahim, and they said that I looked like him.
No, I'm pretty sure it was you.
No, I never pedaled. I'm telling you, I ain't never pedaled in New York.
Okay, all right.
I know Abdul Qudus, who was in New York, who came up to Toronto, but I never was in. I was never in New York. You must have me. You got me mistaken with.
Okay. All right. Well, that was my only question. No, that's it.
All right. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right.
All
Welcome.
right,
Peace and blessings. Be safe.
What do?
All right. Yeah. All right. We got Sally Bay. Right back. Peace and blessings. You on?
Peace and love. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. Greetings.
Peace and love. Shout out to the panel. Thank you both for both your wisdom and knowledge and reminders, because as we know, we all know this information, it's stored, but thank you for reminding us, I guess I would say. My question is, because I identify, I'm a more American, Aboriginal / indigenous, and I know it's a lot of play on words when we come, I definitely don't identify as Black. It's for sure white when it comes to, if we have to do any type of de facto paperwork, things of that nature. So I guess my question is, when did we become quote unquote white? Meaning legally in your study.
When do we become white? Is
When
what you're asking?
When did? Past tense. When did we become white according to your studies? When did the classification officially take place?
Oh, okay. Well, that never happened. What happened was it started in Tamaray in Egypt, where they had to separate the original Tamarayan from the African. So that's where you got the white coming in, as to say, okay, well, because they always like to play this game to say that Egypt is somewhere over there. It's like, no, Egypt's northeast coast of Africa, between Israel and all that stuff. It's in Africa. So how can you say Egypt has nothing, that Egypt is separate? Because they were finding big head skulls, which is called the Nilotic Negro. And if you go on Google and type in Nilotic Negro, you'll see pictures of big head skulls found all throughout Europe, which means that the weather system at the time was different back then to what it is now. That's why they found the Cheddar Man and said he goes back 10,000 years. They didn't say he was pale skinned with blue eyes. They said he was dark skinned with blue eyes and dark curly hair. So what they did is they took our status originally as white, because if you type in free white person into Google, you will see that so you know what I'm talking about. And it said it does not mean Caucasian race. So they want to separate Caucasian from the white based upon the U.S. immigration law at that time. In Russia, they don't like Caucasians. They consider Caucasians different. They don't even consider Caucasians European. That is a cultural type of idiosyncrasy or proclivity. What's the word? It's like a.
Well, I guess. I'm sorry. I guess my question was, like, say for example, wasn't rights of a child and rights of indigenous, wasn't it like 1959, 1954, something like that? So wouldn't we say back then free white person, or was it when you say that the Constitution was suspended, quote unquote?
As to say when we became white? Correct.
Does that make sense to you? Because we have rights of indigenous people. So
you've been white. Okay, let's go back to 14. Let's see. Let's go to the Dark Ages, from 900 to about 1100. Who was in Europe? They said the Moors were in Europe. Correct.
Right. Yes.
All white. Now the Moors were in Europe, and they said Latin is a language that they spoke. Correct.
Correct. Moorish Latin, yes.
So therefore, and then if you see between Spain and Arabic, they have words that have the same meaning in Arabic as they do in Spanish, correct?
Yes.
All white. That was a status we had. There's a book by J.A. Rogers called, was it 100 Amazing Facts of the Negro?
About a Negro, yes.
And in there is a Moorish, as they call it, order of Seville, who wore the pointy hats that the Ku Klux Klan wears. Mm-hmm. So, and then they're wearing white gloves. So that was a status that who created originally? Us. And then you have Queen Charlotte Sophia of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, who was the one who gave rise, who married King George III. Mm-hmm. She gave birth to Victoria, and then from Victoria, Queen Victoria, it got into Elizabeth I, Elizabeth II, etc. So in that genealogy of Queen Charlotte Sophia, there's a website called Real History WW, and I've been getting on these guys to start taking the word Black out of their website because black has no standing at law. They got excellent pictures, Moorish pictures, all of that. That's us. Europe is named after an Ethiopian. That means Northeast African princess. This is the story of Zeus disguising himself as a white bull and convinces her to hop on him, and then he swims to Crete. So Greeks, the original Greeks, are niggers. Not the stuff they're making, that plaster Paris stuff now, that's fake, and they've acknowledged that it's made up. They ain't found the body of Zeus, Aphrodite, Hippolyta. They ain't found none of them. But they find in Osiris, Heru, Asset, they find in their sarcophaguses in Egypt. Tell me what's going on. So we established the word white. So let's go back now. Let's get into language. In English, the word black, Old English, it means pale. People associated with a dark color. Incorrect. If you speak Spanish, what is the word for white? Blanco. If you speak French, the word for white is what? Blanc. If you speak Italian, is what's Blanca, and then in Portuguese is Bianca. So do you see the pattern here of the language, that it's similar? BLA are the first three letters, even black. So how did it get switched from black, instead of it being pale, which is what it means in Old English, it is now called dark. But the sun is down, and you look outside and you'll say it is what outside?
Black.
No.
Dark.
You say it's dark.
You say night and stuff like that.
Dark is Old English definition. The etymology of dark is what? It means absence of light.
Well, black means science. Black and science also means day, yes.
No. We're talking about Old English. The etymology, the Old English definition. This is what we're talking about. Etymology in Old English. This is the problem, because from about...
No, I agree with you. Yeah, I totally agree with you on the whole black. I don't use it. I don't like to even use the words. I don't even like to be around people and dumb myself down and use the word. Trust me. I'm with you on that one. We're on the same page with that one. Great. I was just wondering, as far as because I came across free white persons, in my recent studies within the last 2 years. And, I see it in etymology as well. So I'm very aware of the definition. And I definitely did my SF 181, and I identified as that as well. But I also put slash indigenous / more American.
No, you don't alter the contract. This is what I got on the Moors for doing that. That's why I pulled it off.
Okay, so that's where I went wrong. And I guess I don't want to be long-winded neither, but I definitely did want to see if I could grab your information, because I love to study all things. I'm young, you know what I'm saying? I'm not the expert, and I look at you guys as like my elders, quote unquote, and I know you guys have more experience and more information. And especially what I'm going through, I'm definitely open to, your knowledge.
It's been put in the chat. I'm going to put the ASP webinar. ASP webinar at protonmail.com, and you can send an email. We have our webinar tomorrow. It's at 7 Eastern.
Got it. So you have any more questions for the chief?
So I put that there. My phone number is 587-712-0639. So you can call me, text me. I have Telegram. I have WhatsApp.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're quite
much
welcome.
appreciation.
Much appreciation.
All right, thank you again for your time and energy.
Oh, this is
love. Peace and love.
I enjoyed this. But I was finishing up something here, so she can log off. But I wanted to finish this part here up. So when they changed everything over with the language, Blanca. This is why language is important. If you don't know this, I said the people who over in the Europe and they see people over that, they have to know the language, and they're going to say, okay, well, you should know at least a little bit of Spanish, a little bit of Arabic, some Hebrew, if you say you are descendants of those original people.
I got you. Brother Halif, Raul, peace of blessings. You live. Your mic is unmuted. Talk to the people. You hear me? Halif, you there? Hold on, here, look. Unmute your mic. Unmute, Halif.
Looks like he's here.
He's here, but his mic is muted.
Oh, he said my mic is on mute.
Yeah, I pressed unmute. It's unmuted. I can't do it. You have to unmute it. It's not coming from me. It's coming from you. It's not me that's muting you. It's you that's muting you, brother. You gotta unmute your mic. It's not me. I'm telling you again. Boom. When I press unmute, it says, "Oh, I don't know. That you got to go out, come back in."
I can't hear you.
ASHNYM, you on? Can you hear me? Asar going once. Asar, Halif, any one of y'all. Can y'all hear me? Okay, you can hear me still, right? You can hear me, right? Chief Shopwell?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, because the brothers, they said they can't hear me. All right, you got to go out and come back on me. I'm going to tell them that.
Yeah, tell them to do that.
I don't see. Let me see. ASHNYM. All right, we're going to move on. I'm going to tell Halif to come back in. All right, Messiah. Bad peace of blessings. You up. Let's go.
All right, Bob. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Tua, we can hear you, beloved.
Okay, I have a few questions. I'm gonna get off. Maybe I'll call it the tail end.
Hold on.
There you go.
Can the brother tell me who he the chief of, if it's all right?
At-sik-hata Nation of Yamasee-Moors, and we're internationally recognized.
Okay, what do your tribe have to do with Malachi tribe?
Our nation and we have nothing to do with the Negroes and the chattel property that ASHNYM was surrounded with. They keep coming to me asking me for assistance, and when I tell them what to do, whether it's his wife from the Sudan, I told Sakina the same thing when that fight with Polite and her was going on, and I said, you're supposed to keep your butt. I said, your master told you keep your butt up in Harlem, and instead of staying up in Harlem, she came down to Brooklyn. So I already know who Sakina is anyway. I don't understand why people are like, she was so eloquent and articulate. There's grunge to me. But the thing is, I could not comprehend. I'm doing my own thing, but Nuwaubians are coming to me. And I said, okay, what is happening over there? Then it got revealed to me back in 2016 on a meet that we had with UNM, Faki, Duswa playing games. I don't know who you are. And then it was revealed that Duswa knew that he was supposed to contact me, but he said he wasn't going to because he didn't know me. Yet ASHNYM told him to contact me. This was confirmed by Counselor Airy, because when we spoke first, I said, what? He said, yeah, you fought last 5 years. And he said, we were trying to get in touch with you, And I said, really? He said, yeah. They said, we know, administration knew, Tamaray knew, all of them knew. So I was like, okay, well, this is like 5 years. Then about 2 years ago, we find out they lost the ECOWAS case in Liberia. And then that's why they wanted to have the meeting with me, because they were supposed to have done that before. See, y'all can't sit there and be slow-footed and expect a situation to be the way you want it. If ASHNYM meant that much to you all, for the ones that knew, not for the ones that's on here that say, hey, this is the first time I'm hearing about it. The ones that knew, the ones that was in the clique, the ones that was in the circle, they were supposed to contact me. They didn't. So that told me they don't care about him. They're the ones keeping him in there. There's other people from the Washita and other nations that was telling them what to do. One was they told Colonel, who used to work guard on Tamaray, and said, hey, you need to get your fire department here, set this up, and put it together. At least put it on paper. Colonel didn't do none of that. So from back at that point, because I used to live in Eatonton, I lived in Macon, looking at everything now, I see why ASHNYM, when he put that document at the back of the UNM Constitution, the small dark book, certain things y'all got to figure out. Too many Nuwaubians and Sabaeans want to be students.
So let me ask you to slow down for a second, Elder. So, because you said a lot, because I want to let somebody else come on real quick. I just want to ask a few questions just real quick. So, to understand you better, have you ever been with the master teacher? You ever met the master teacher? Have you ever been on the land?
Okay. I'm just waiting for you to finish your question. I'll answer.
That was what I was asking you. Have you ever met the master teacher? Have you ever been on the land? And what was your affiliation with the master teacher, the land?
Okay, great question. First of all, as I said earlier in another question, I was in the Ansar Law that they had in Toronto back around 1989 up till about 92, 93, somewhere in there. I went to New York and met At-sik-hata as the imam at that time in Bushwick. Didn't get to ask a question, but I was in the lineup, and Hamza was like, "Hey, you need to get out. Don't you see?" At-sik-hata was like, "Okay, people are asking too many questions." So he did come off the stage, walk around, walk past me, went there, walked past, and went back on the stage. Then we went another time on Jazir Abba. And at that time, forget the guy's name, KMD was there, Force MDs was there. This was for Savior's Day.
What year was this, Elder?
Pardon?
What year was this?
This was around 1991. So I was up there, and again, At-sik-hata was there. We're watching all the people there. You know, they were performing. There was roller skating, all of that. So I was there. Then fast forward to 1999, I'm living in Milledgeville, Georgia. And I went on Tamaray and I had asked a question. And that's the CD that was published with the Nuwaubians. The Sabaeans did the best they could to hide it. But that was a question. It's called "You Are Egyptians, You Are Gods." So anyone who has the "You Are Egyptians, You Are Gods," if you have the CD, which is about 28 minutes, that's me asking
a question.
And then if you have the videotape, there's a part 1 and a part 2 of "You Are Egyptians, You Are Gods." I'm in part 2, but you can't kind of see me because it's dark. So there's that. Then there's another time I'm on Tamaray, and one time I was walking, and I was like, okay, At-sik-hata, because At-sik-hata would come out sometimes and walk on Tamaray, and I happened to be wearing a green shirt, green track pants, and I just happened, there's At-sik-hata, and shook his hand. We smiled at each other. There was another time we were in Milledgeville. That was Shukri, from the noble from the shrine. Shukri, and we went on Tamaray, did Margarage, left, and he was saying, "Man, I need to see the master. I need to see the master." So he had to stop off at the Walmart in Milledgeville, for anyone who's familiar with Milledgeville. And we're walking in, and as we looked over to our left, At-sik-hata's standing there, and he's just standing out there looking at the highway by himself. And then Makin came out, and Haruhotep came out, and he was like just standing there. So Shukri was like, "Man, I don't know. I want to go up and say something." He said, "Man, forget it. I'm doing it." So I said, "Well, if you're going up, I'm going up." So we both walked up. I had the blue lodge, the compass and square on. Shukri was in the shrine, and we walk up, and At-sik-hata just looks over and said, "Greetings, nobles." And we just said, "Greetings. We just wanted to say honors to you." And he said, "Great. I'm glad that you all didn't just walk past me. Appreciate that." And then, that was it. He rented out the whole subway for the children for a birthday party. So we went back into the Walmart. Yes, go ahead.
So, because I'm not trying to hold up the line. So listen to what I'm asking you. So you said you came into the Ansar community out in Toronto, right?
Yep.
Okay, so did you become a member of the Ansar community?
I lived in the Toronto Jamaat.
Okay, so the question is, so today you're not Ansar.
What is your definition of Ansar?
It can only be what Malachi gave the definition of the Ansar.
You're not answering.
Nasru Allah. Nasru Allah. Aiders in the way of Allah. Aiders in the way of Allah. This is how Malachi defines it. So I'm saying you no longer listen, Chief, listen, because we as people trying to get an overstanding. So you saying you no longer a aider in the way of Allah?
Nope.
Okay, so if you're not an aider in the way of Allah, listen to me. Listen to the question.
Yep.
And this to anybody. If you no longer saying you's an aider in the way of Allah, what are you then?
I am that I am. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Christian.
We didn't say nothing about Muslim. We said that you.
I'm answering the question. Hold on. I'm answering the question. Allah is Alat, Al-Manuz, and who are the two children? Allah, and then they had Al-Manaz.
We don't need that. I don't want to turn this into a debate. Listen to what I asked you. You said you came into the. Hold up. Listen. Don't listen. We conversation. That's why I said I was holding up. I was holding up the line because you went so far with irrelevant information to what I was asking you because you said, listen, Keith.
He's not an aider of Allah.
Okay, if you're not an aider, so this is what I'm trying to get anybody.
I'm not an aider of Allah.
Okay.
I'm not a Muhammadan.
Okay. Listen. Okay. Malachi states on the Isles of Patmos. Malachi states this. I've been with Malachi from my birth. 10-7-71. I've been with Malachi. So listen to what the question I'm stating.
Mm-hmm.
If you saying that you entered the Ansarullah community
mm-hmm.
and you saying that ones was told to contact you, who are the ones I'm trying to get an understanding of? Sabaz, this, that Malachi states out of his own mouth. This is what Malachi states. I am a Nubian Islamic Hebrew Moor, the chief of the Yamasee Native American Moors of the Creek Nation Bureau of Indian Affairs, B.I.A. registry number 208/1999 Makul. Chief Black Thunder Eagle, head of state of a sovereign nation of Black Moorish Indians with our own constitution and law to govern ourselves. So I'm trying to get an understanding of what it is that you and everybody else is pushing versus what he established in 1992. June 26 of 1992, there was a governing body established then. It was a governing body established when he was kidnapped in 2002. So you saying us Nuwabians are still under the King Ghoul etc. So I'm saying, what is it your position is that I'm trying to understand of what you saying versus our constitution that's already been given to us and our Moorish records. Set the record straight. He gave us two pieces. He gave us our constitution, and he gave us our records. So what is it that today's people's pushing? New YPN with the B or the P or the Sabians? What is the doctrines that y'all saying that we not doing versus what Malachi saying out of his mouth? Because it's just confusion coming from listening to you, from what you saying that everything you done, he done already did it. So what is it that it's not clicking? Is what I'm saying. It's not clicking with me.
Right.
You know what I mean? Just give me the understanding of your position. Because I just told you who he said he was.
Yeah, right, brother. I'm Messiah. I'm gonna let you rock out because then we got Halif to come next. He's gonna answer your question. You gotta listen from the chat, beloved. I appreciate you. Peace and blessings to you, brother.
Great question.
Right.
Okay. Again, the word black has no standing at law. It makes no difference if you're a Christian, Jew, Muslim. You could be an Egyptologist. You can be Zoroastrian. Everyone on this planet is doing what? Commerce, signing contracts, loans, liens, letters of intent, things of that nature. When you are doing that, for anyone who's upholding the Constitution or is feeling affinity to it, which is mentioned in Let's Set the Record Straight, that was at that point in time. It's the same thing I tell the Moors from the Moorish Science Temple. I said, listen, what Noble Drew Ali did, that was in 1928 for 1928. we're in 2021. There is no constitution that can be used because it will be frozen the moment you enter into the vessel. This is what a lot of the Moors get mad at me over. And then the next thing I say, well, if you feel that way, and here's the next one that they haven't realized, that 1786 Treaty of Marrakesh, is fraud. And the reason why it's fraud is because the United States didn't ratify their constitution until 1787, which was a year later. So how can the United States have a treaty when they weren't even a country? Because they had the Declaration of Independence, then they had the Constitution. So how could they do that internationally? You have to be, does it not stand to reason you have to be a nation first and then say, okay, now we wish to do commerce with this country, and now here is our Constitution, we are a nation? No, they didn't have it until a year later. And because under maritime law, law of the sea, if both parties agree to it, then it's valid, even if it is fraudulent, because they're doing what? Law of the sea that they brought on land. This is why Paul Revere was on the horse with the message to say, hey, the British are coming. What? 1 light if by land, 2 lights if by sea. And there were 2 lights in the steeple. So they were coming using what? The law of the sea. So since Morocco was the only country that would recognize the United States, they established a treaty, yet their constitution came after. Is that or is that not fraud? So people can put that in the chat. So now 1786, then at 50 years it's renewed, 1786 and then 1836. Then ASHNYM wrote the book, which I got to keep telling these Moors about because they always keep fighting with me. Postgraduate renewal of the lessons. Zig, zag, zig. Morocco is a French protectorate, and the flag is not 10,000 years old. That knocks out the whole Moorish 101 questionnaire. It has to get what? Redone. That's what ASHNYM said, renewal of the lessons. So where we're at now, at this present 2021 Gregorian calendar, right? That's why I wanted to do this today. The point is, you all can't get to that next level, the veil, because you're still contracting as black. This is what I'm trying to say. Your historical information, all of that is not the issue. The issue is when you interface with this corporation, they have a limited amount of races. Either you're Asian, Hispanic, Latino, black, white, that's it, or Pacific Islander, American Indian. So they got anywhere from 5 to 7, and that's it. That's what the matrix recognizes. So you have to contract by putting in an organic contract to show, when I do business with you, do not assume I am the black who has no standing at law, because they become an object. Black is an adjective. It is not a noun. In the Nuwaubian Teacher's Guide, the Teacher's Guide to the Nuwaubian Language, what did ASHNYM say? If you go by the trap of the spell is the trap of the noun. It's on page 126 of the Teacher's Guide to the Nuwaubian Language. In there it says the nouns are persons, places, or things. So if you are caught up on the noun, which is the trap of Kingu, that's the part of the spell, which is why I don't do quantum anymore, because I asked the question and took the race and ethnicity, put it in quantum, gave it to Mark Christopher over in the UK, and said, okay, can you explain for the word the black is with the no hyphen standing at the law? And it's silence. I said, so therefore, you're contracting and telling him, Gene Keating, Jack Smith, Sam Kennedy, when the black people come to their events looking for freedom, sovereignty, rights, they as lepers are supposed to tell you all are the deities, you are white, and here's how you get yours back. But they cannot do it, nor should they do it, because that is not their responsibility. Because the next thing comes up, they cannot do commerce on the planet because they are what? A genetic mutation. So what I've been conveying this whole shadow hour is, listen, I'm going to show you how to fix that, especially with the messed up contracts and the bad business relationship that the Nuwabians and Sabians have created, where people no longer want to help them because you guys have messed up, and you owe the public on the planet an apology. And until that's done, ain't nobody going to F with y'all because you guys have messed it up. And so now all the positions and the moves to make, all those portals are closed. So the only way is to get white. So I don't care what Khufu did, what the Moorish consulate did, none of them did. If you ain't saying I am white, that's the 3 magic words to get back everything, because you got to go through what happened. They sent Christopher Columbus, then they sent the missionaries, then our ancestors. What's the old saying? They said, let us pray. They had the Bible. We closed our eyes. When we opened our eyes up, that we had the Bible, they had the land. So you got to go back and send the energy back in the past that way to bring in the current energy and set the record straight. This is why they're talking about time travel. So the time travel is going to be the same thing. All that stuff, once you're white, that's the end of it. So anyone who calls themselves, they're about aiding, they're about solving the problem. You're going to have to crash this system in order to get free. And if you're not going to do that, then admit that you want to stay plugged into the matrix. It's that simple.
All right. Let me because listen, beloved. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I mean, you go in there, you have a lot of detailed information, a lot of references which people can do the research. But the key that you keep honing in on is the black-white thing. That's the key. I got you. Like I said, beginning, it's what you introduce to the construct that changed the game. Here's the thing, though. Khufu, Emperor Khufu, also tells people to file SF-181.
He got that from me.
I'm not saying that he did. I'm not saying, because, like you said, when the people are studying our information, it was a lot of exchange. You learn it from everybody that's out there. Everybody's extracting and exchanging and adding on things of that nature. What I'm saying is that, being that that's also a part of the vehicle and the venue that he has, and it's the theme of what you have, and in addition to
first in time.
So because you're saying that you're before him.
First in line is first in time.
I mean, that's
I claim the British throne.
I understand that.
British throne is connected to the British throne is connected to the United States. It's just now been revealed that the ones calling the shots, because United States is a foreign corporation, that's over in Europe in there. So the shot calls are not all the Congress and the Senate. That's all them guys. They're all puppets. Yes. You, as the original, if you want to claim that, you can't come into those venues. You can't dispute, counterclaim, or rebut being black. You got to say, I'm white, you're a mutant.
I got
or
you.
Bobby Hemmett would say, you got to tell them you're a deity. So my motto is deities only. Mortals not allowed. This is not me. This is the way the game is set up. If you say you're white, that's it. They can't.
I'm cool with the white on the legal status. What I'm saying is that a bunch of people, because since it came out, a bunch of people are dealing with the SF-181, right? Not just you. But I'm just
all of them got it from me.
I'm good with that.
Here, listen.
I see when it happened.
I see when it happened. You want genetically modified?
I see when it happened. I see when you introduced the concept and the pushback that you got. But I watched that. I recognize that. What I'm saying is, outside of that, what is it that you offer the people outside of that?
Can't you see? You can't do anything. You're going to shake up the whole system. All the fraud, all the trust, all the trafficking in human cargo, all of that has to get dealt with. Has to get dealt with. So their structure, see, I can't go, I'd like to say more, but I can't, because that was some discussions here that was done at AEO. But the basic premise is this. At-sik-hata said the planet is ours. You can't be sitting there saying the planet is yours and commerce is going on right now. You want to stay outside of that. That's delusional.
I agree.
That's straight delusional.
I agree with
that's
that.
the fight that I was having with a lot of Nuwaubians, because we don't have to follow their rules. What you got Federal Reserve, why do you have Federal Reserve notes in your hand? They can't explain that. So then I said, okay, if you're going to say that, oh, you don't have anything, you have nothing. And I said, oh, really? I got nothing? I said, okay, well, here what? What is one of the old style marks of being autonomous? You got to have what? Gold. Here's my gold right here. Here, make it big. Here's my gold.
I see you.
Right?
Okay.
That's mine. And then there's gold. Our nation got gold.
Excellent. Commercial, commerce, absolutely.
All right. So I'm not trying to hear nothing from.
Well, I'm just saying.
This is what I'm saying. It's not no diss to you or nothing like that.
No, I'm not taking any. I'm not offended by anything that you're saying, brother.
What I'm saying in general is this: that people can't be doing commerce, and then when it's convenient, but then when it's other things, oh, we don't have to listen to that. That's the hypocrisy of the Nuwaubians. So it's either you're doing commerce, master it, learn it. Y'all is not. Nuwaubians are scared of commerce. They're scared of it. They're scared of the law because it means they have to be responsible for their actions. This is in the Holy Tabernacle Family Guide.
We with it. We want all the smoke. We about the ability to respond. Well, but another thing I want to say before you there? You ready to go?
Yeah, I'm here, brother.
Hold on. One thing I want to say. Another thing that you just before you, and then you go on, and you're gonna close it off with you is that you as while you're saying that you're not being Nuwaubian or even dealing with the master teacher, 90% of the literature outside of the conspiracy stuff in the law that you deal with as the At-sik-hata nation, you got from Maku Chief back done to Eagle. The Holy Tablets, the United Nuwaubian Yamasee-Moors Constitution, the Gold Book, the language, the Yamassee. Absolutely. So you're saying that he's not in jail. It's not your issue. But everything that you have is built on what he built. Okay. How do you justify that?
I'll say it again.
Hey,
you guys got jinn amongst you. How many jinn?
I agree with you.
Okay, so hold on a second. Hey. So at a certain point, did you watch the movie Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl?
Yeah, I'm with it. Okay, bring it. Yeah,
what happened? They came on the land, raided the house, killed the people, and what did the woman say? They got her in a corner, up against the wall. She said, parlay. They said, parlay? She said, parlay. Maritime term, I want to speak to the captain. Okay, fine. They break her, they don't kill her, they bring her to the ship. They get there. Then she wants to negotiate. Okay, I want to get back to back to land. You can bring me back to the land. You promise? Yes. Okay. Because at first she was going to drop the coin and they needed that coin to break the curse. So she said, you promise to bring me back to land? She said, sure. Okay. He gave it to her and he said, okay, throw her in my chambers, hoist sail. Scoundrel. He said, first of all, you failed to negotiate the terms on how I was to get you back to the land. So for that, I can do nothing because she's holding the gold coin. She's acting as a what you would call an expert, let's say, in commerce. So she's negotiating.
I got you.
So in the negotiating, she's holding the coin, and she tells, "So you're going to bring me back to land?" Yes, I'll bring you back. And he's smiling when he's saying that. She says, "Okay, so you'll bring me back to land." So first thing he says, "Okay, you failed to negotiate the terms on how I could get you back to the land. So for that, I can do nothing." So she locked him up. Not literally, but hey, since you didn't negotiate, I'll get you back to the land, but you didn't tell me how I'm supposed to get you back. So for that, can't do nothing. Second of all, the code is not really a pirate's code. It's more like, a rules of conduct. Third, you invoke the code because by saying parlay, because you obviously wanted to get on the ship. And four, which was the most important, was you can't use the code because you're not a pirate. Welcome to the Black Pearl.
Okay, now correlate the storyline with the question that I asked you.
Y'all are black. You can't do nothing for ASHNYM, and I can't help y'all because the only way I can help you is if you're white. And the only way that will happen is I will be supervised. I've been saying this repetitively all night, and I don't have a problem.
Okay, so this is the decision.
No, listen. You asked me the question. I'm answering.
Yes. So I'm just
the
getting
point of the matter is, you all are black African Americans. The world knows who you are. However, since commerce has been put before organic, the commercial corporate world, they're going to look at that first because they can only deal with dead people. Everything is what? On a piece of paper. So they'll only the dead, what's the old saying? Only the dead can speak with the dead. So you have to put a contract with the dead, letting them know, listen, I'm indigenous and you guys were the ones that messed up and converted us, assimilated us to act as a fiction, artificial entity. And because of that, your code says that is genocide, but that is only applicable to those that are indigenous. And you got to have somebody that has that international recognition. Khufu can say what the hell he wants. He's entitled.
He don't have it. You say he don't have the international.
No, I said he could say what he wants. I'm saying there's nobody on the planet that can tell me, number one, I'm not white, that my claims are valid, that UCC has no purpose. What happens if there's a solar flare, right, that goes on? Because they're talking about a solar flare from the sun. So if the solar flare comes and an EMP hits the planet, it's going to knock out the satellites. It's going to knock out the internet. Then what you're going to do to prove who you are, if majority of your stuff is on the internet, you're going to need to have what? The paperwork. Then the paper will become the God, and it will be okay. This is what I heard from the Moors. It's an old saying that they said that what will happen in the future, they will go through the books to see who's the creditor and who's the debtor. So if there's no power, things go chaotic or whatever, and let's say try to put something together, at that point, what's going to be valid? Paper is going to be valid. Hard assets are going to be valid. That's what will be important. If you don't have it, okay, you got the receipt, just like back in the old days. When they sold slaves, they had a receipt to sell the slaves, did they not? So they have committed fraud by forcibly assimilating our ancestors, even those that they knew were Native American, and then so no, we're going to call them Negro. So in that position currently, this is where the Nuwaubians, Sabaeans, Moors, Science Temple are. They're contracting wrong. I'm showing them how to do it. All the other people who are, SF-181, I said, yeah. And then what happens? You run into a problem that said people were altering the document. I'm the one who put it up on the net just so I could flood the system to see if I could crash the matrix. And then people were doing it, mixing it with more Science Temple, which is fraud. The Nuwaubians doing it, fraud. This one, fraud. No, you can't do that. And so I know how to do it properly. And if people run into issues, we also have supplementary documents to tender because it's a federal contract. And then now we're already in Europe because, like I said earlier, I contacted the forbearance under the Article 61 and the Magna Carta of 1215. So now they know about my claim on the British throne. They know I've claimed the crown. The Rothschilds, which I have liens on. I don't care what anybody says. Don't tell me, oh, UCC don't mean nothing, but ASHNYM signing it. Come on, man. That's game.
All right, Saw, you want to ask a question now?
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna ask a question.
All right, go ahead.
I see there's a lot of dialogue going on.
Absolutely, as it should be. Let's go.
Chief Shabuel, I've seen that from a question that a brother asked you, you had a pass with ASHNYM, and you was a student, and I want to know why. Honestly, I want to know what makes you think and feel that this person is not in prison. I just want to know the real answer to that. What makes you feel that he's not in prison? Honestly.
I don't believe he's in prison. Okay, let me clarify.
No, I mean, if you're dealing with contracts and you're dealing with sciences, hold on. If you're dealing with sciences and contracts and evidence based on paperwork and all that, these are documents that's based on physical things, right?
I haven't seen him.
Hold on. No, there's proof that he's in prison. He said he was in prison on tapes. First of all, right? Second of all, there's letters that he wrote. We know many of us know his handwriting, right? So there's numerous ways to prove that he's in prison, right? There's a picture of him as well online with him with the suit on, with the orange suit on, right? So that alone is proof enough. But I'm just saying, I want to know why, because what makes you feel that way. Is it the fact that are you saying that is the physical body of the person and the spirit is not, or the being that speaks through him is not there any longer?
Don't lead the witness, brother. Don't lead the witness. Just ask the question.
Yeah, I just want to know. That is the question.
He's got lead. He didn't lead. That's true.
But you never said that. What I'm saying is you just said that you don't believe that he was there.
I don't have to. Black has no standing at law. I keep telling you all.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a black person.
Hold on.
We're talking about Ray. We know
I've said this. I've said
this. We're not talking about that. Black having no standing at law has nothing to do with the question
at all.
We're talking about the whereabouts of the individual, not the status of whether or not he's black. He claim black or white, or we claim black or white. That is.
So you're saying that you choose not to answer the question because you don't have to because of who's asking the question?
No, because I've answered.
Well, do you feel that you don't want to? Do you feel that you don't want to be responsible? So the easy cop out is I don't believe is in there, so that you don't have to take on the responsibility of it.
As I stated before, Don Napoleon told me he's not there.
Who's
Don Napoleon? Is not Potts. That's not Baba.
I'm going into
I'm trying to see who she is. Who is she?
What authority does she have?
She's got a radio show in Monticello, Georgia.
Yeah, but what authority does Don Corleone, the female reporter or whatever she is, have to do with what Baba has said on tape, right?
I don't know that's him. I don't know that's him. I don't know the picture is him. They got computers that can take text and
look. Right? You said that Adrian Patrick was his lawyer a minute ago. If he had a lawyer,
no, I didn't say he was.
You said that. Yeah, you said he had a lawyer, and the lawyers didn't do the paperwork right. If he had lawyers, that means that why would you have a lawyer if you're not in jail?
I was getting fast. Hold on. I didn't say that Adrian Patrick was his lawyer. The court said in Atlanta that the attorney of record is Adrian Lopez Patrick. Yet there were letters coming from there, whether it's ADX or wherever, attributed to ASHNYM saying A-drain, Pa-trick. So when I saw that, I said, oh, this is before I went to the appeal in Atlanta. I was in the courtroom. Tron was sitting next to me, and he stood up. Sakina stood up. Al Woodall stood up. All of them stood up except ASHNYM's mother because she was in a wheelchair. And so when we're sitting there looking at all these Nuwaubians and no regalia on, all dressed in black, I said, well, which is it? Are y'all Indian? Are you indigenous? Are you tribe? What's going on? So, okay. And then the judges had everyone stand for 3 minutes looking around like they was looking for somebody. Then they sat down and they said, okay, we just want to talk about this new judge that came from, I guess, North Carolina to help with this case. And we want to get, we're gracious for him to come. This is for all you taxpayers out there. I said, oh, damn. Called y'all taxpayers. He called you all chattel in court on the record. Did Adrian Patrick object? No. Adrian Patrick, when he went outside the courtroom and Yusuf was there, he said, yes, they have no jurisdiction over ASHNYM, the cases of fraud. Why didn't he say that on the record? Because as a bar attorney, his first obligation is to the court. So if he were to do that, like they warned Manny Aurora, bringing in the indigenous aspect, he would have got what? Canned. And Kufu was there for that.
Yes,
so
I've heard that. I've heard that. I've heard all that.
That means,
but I'm saying that
listen to what I'm saying. So that means Kufu, Amun, Rashad technically were the only indigenous out of all the Nuwaubians there. The rest of y'all ain't indigenous no matter what you say. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You have to change the contract. And when I found the SF-181, I said, oh, snap. This is why we're having commercial issues, because the Dred Scott decision of 1857 has not been overturned. No descendant of Africans, which ASHNYM wrote in Let's Set the Record Straight and the old newspapers for Yamasee Native Americans. He put in there, and the Moors don't even talk about this, 13th Amendment with 20 sections. In Article 12, it says the trafficking of Africans is hereby prohibited upon pain of death and seizure of the property, and no descendant of Africans shall be citizens. And I have that actual picture. So this is what I'm explaining. It's not that my opinion is my opinion. To me, it's a fact. But the thing is, if you all believe he's there, I'm telling you, you can't manifest no reality when your contracts are jacked up. And I'm telling you, they're jacked up. And we already have people who were Nubian Sabians who were in the lodge that did affidavits of fraud against you all. So you all are not in a position to dictate the terms of your freedom. I am, and it ain't Khufu.
Okay. Yo, Halif, you want to ask the brother a question? The chief is here.
Well,
Rahul Bab,
what's
going on? Finally, chief of the At-sik-hata tribe, the At-sik-hata. He's the chief of the At-sik-hata Yamasee tribe. Nation.
The
At-sik-hata Nation.
I'm going to check you. It's At-sik-hata Nation.
The At-sik-hata Nation.
At the United Nations by the governments of the United States of America, the governments of Canada, the government of Trinidad and Tobago.
That's right. The drip is letting everybody in. Let's get it. So ask the chief the question, God.
Okay, I'm going to follow up with the brother Asar, right?
You the last on the list. You the last on the list. Okay, I gotta sleep on the stoop.
All right.
The wife is upset with me. I'm on the stoop tonight. I'm gonna get my cover and just
okay, so
it's over. It's cold out there tonight. Go ahead, though, God.
All right, so my question is all right, so he's basically he was taken into custody in May 2002, right? He had a bond hearing, right? Do you agree with that? Do you accept that he had a bond hearing?
Oh, I know about that. There was no order for the warrant. They had to have an order for the warrant. There never was one. I know about that.
No, I'm talking about the bond hearing.
I know
I'm talking about the bond hearing for him to be. I'm just asking you, do you accept that he had a bond hearing, for bail to be released? Do you acknowledge that?
I acknowledge that process. However, there was no order for that, so I'm aware of that. I acknowledge that. I'll accept that for valid consideration.
Okay, I'm just going down a timeline, right? So, from that point forward, he remained in custody, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so can you tell me at what point, right? When did he leave, or how did he leave, and what, and by what means did he leave? Being that he's not there.
According to what Don Nicoleone told me, they let him out the back door.
And you accept that as fact?
I was at the courthouse on June 30th, or no, the other one after that, the week after Latif and them were there. I was there when they were drumming outside the courthouse, and they were saying Maku, and then
okay.
I know there was.
You saying this is 2003, right?
Yeah,
this is 2003, right?
Yeah, this is in Macon.
Okay, so
the brother in the chat named Messiah that asked you questions said he the one who told Don Corleone that information.
Accepted for valid consideration.
All right, hold on.
Told me.
Wait, hold on. So at that point, right? At that point, June 30th, 2003, there was a situation with the brothers. They came in the courtroom and the document was available, but it wasn't presented, right? Is that correct?
Are you talking about the blueback?
Is that correct? Yes, the
Yes,
blueback.
that's what
It
he's
was
talking about.
present, but it wasn't presented, right? It wasn't, right?
Say that again. You went out. What?
Yes or no?
He
The
said
document,
it was
the blueback. It was present in court.
it was present but wasn't presented. It wasn't put on record.
Yes, because Wakia was the one who hired Garland and them, and ASHNYM never hired them. Go ahead. Correct.
There you go.
Okay, so from that, the results of that, he remained in custody from that point on, right?
Yeah. Up until he got let out the back door.
No. Hold up. So this is 2003, right? This is because I asked the question. When did he leave?
What day he got let out the back door is the question.
Right. That's the question. Hold on. But we're gonna go down the timeline because that was June 2003, right? So now from that out of that situation, he wasn't released. He remained in custody. Then this is there was a period of time where the lawyers were being or the attorney, it went from he no longer wanted Manny Aurora or the Garland firm to represent him. And he never wanted them to represent him, right? So eventually Adrian Patrick was brought on board, right? And this was around
after the fact. So why would Wakia?
Right, but this is later. Hold on, no, but I'm not going to get the verdict. I'm not going to get the verdict. Hold on.
No, let's not.
I don't want to get the verdict.
This is the point.
Why? I'm not overlooking anything. No, we talking about where he is.
Talking about the package.
I'm going on the package. Right. I'm going down the timeline. That's all I'm doing because you said.
But now Adrian Patrick was appointed now. Okay.
Right. Adrian Patrick was appointed. This was like maybe later on in the year, later 2003, because he had to prepare for quote unquote the trial. Right. He was in the courtroom for trial. This is early January 2004, correct? So he was still in custody from June 2030, right? So June 30, 2003, all the way up to he finished the rest of 2003. He remained in custody. Then 2004, he had a trial, right? And the trial went on for what, 2 to 3 weeks, right? The trial finished, I think it was at the end of January, right? This is when the trial finished. So after he finished trial, he was later sentenced. The sentence didn't take place until, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was in March. All during this time, he's still in custody. I'm asking you, can you please tell me when? When was he released or was he let out of the back door? Because he was sentenced. He was given a sentence of 135 years.
Who was sentenced?
Malachi York. Malachi Z.K. York was given a sentence under the misnomer Dwight D. York for 135 years. After his trial of January of 2004. Could you please tell me when did he leave or how was he released, right? And what means did he leave the prison? Like how did he get out?
After that June 30th, 2003, that's what I was told by Don Napoleon. They let him out the back door, and then I thought about it and I said,
"But we dealing with actual facts.
Let me finish.
Actual facts because he was in trial."
Hold on a second. I said, so then when I spoke with her, I said, you know, this makes sense. How are we going to say ASHNYM has all these abilities, all the man of miracles, and then think that these guys are going to catch him? No. And if that's the case, that could, for all you know, that could be a clone.
Here we go. So you have the belief system that if it is him, it's a clone.
He said he had a clone up in the Tibetan mountains. This is a man from Planet Risk, Mission Earth Extraterrestrial.
He said, did they go get him from what's that? Comanatra from the Doctor Strange joint when he was up there in the mountain. Did they go get his clone from there?
I'm not laughing.
I'm saying I'm not. It's not funny because, like I said before, the accusation, the assumption is that he's not there. He left not only the Sabaeans and Nuwaubians to suffer, but also people like yourself to have to go out there and try to get it on an arm and put the puzzle pieces together and and float the boat, so to speak. Because
what does it say in Psalms 82:6?
I don't got it.
Psalms 82:6.
No, we ain't doing that. Nah, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. That's the Bible. We ain't doing that.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. I don't see no holy tablets. I didn't see no holy tablets in court. Nope. You ain't gonna play that game. Bump that. Psalms 82:6. If you're going to quote that name and he's mentioning it in his books, now you're going to say no?
Okay. You talk about the idea of being gods. Okay.
No, not the idea. It's in the holy tablets.
What?
Okay.
I
in the holy
that.
tablets.
That
the black man is the Hindu, which is the East Indian.
I agree.
You all are more than that. You all are deities. But Psalms 82:6 says,
is it not right in your law? I say ye are gods, and all your children are the Most High. But you would die like princes of men.
You will die like men.
Yeah.
Because you refuse to accept the fact that you are. So, white power.
No, hold on. We're gonna get to that right now. Hold up. No white power over here. That's
hey, the scientists call the Nibiru the white planet. So I'm gonna get on the white planet.
Your people on the white planet.
Oh, you talk about down here. You talk about down here. You going to white planet down here?
No, talk about Nibiru.
Oh, no, your people,
mothership, the white planet.
Your people from the At-sik-hata tribe talking about any destination outside of here is some make-believe stuff. They're in the chat talking about they don't bear witness to that. So I guess y'all have.
I don't know who you saying that you that's not what I teach them. So
you can look in that. You can look in the chat. You had some sisters that definitely was saying that. She's been around with you. She's been rolling with you for years.
Who's she?
You see in the chat. It's going to be there. Listen,
I said too.
I'm not even going there. Come on, go ask another question.
Now they put the box in. See how these guys got games?
Oh, now you got
the boxes in there for the links.
I don't know what that was about. They were stopping you from, but we made it happen. It's okay. We made it happen throughout the night. Just for the record, I never erased none of your posts. I never erased none of your comments.
That was on the private chat, not the comments. It's still not working on. It's working on the private chat, but not the comments. Anyway.
All right. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Alif, get your question.
Yeah, really. Just for the record, he didn't answer the question of when did he leave, how did he leave?
I just told you.
Don Corleone is one of the masters.
You told me this is a week after that June 30th.
Don Corleone is the authority in this situation.
2003. It was sometime. It was about mid-July. They had another court king. I was down.
All right, but listen.
Yep.
We just went through the timeline. He was in court for trial.
Mm-hmm.
He was never released.
Yes.
So that was in 2004. Right.
Oh,
so that
Corleone, who showed the dude on the motorcycle and said that's what you talking about?
Yeah.
That BS right there. That crap.
I don't think it's so funny because they said that it's in the holy tablets that the Anunnaki had to clone themselves in order to live on Tiamat.
Well, we know everybody has 7 clones according to the master.
I will educate you all. In Man from Planet Risk, it says the Anunnaki had to clone themselves to live on the planet.
Yeah,
and now it's come out that U.S. presidents have clones.
Yeah, we know that.
You have ASHNYM in such high regard. What makes you think you don't have a clone?
He said 7 clones.
I'm dealing in reality. I'm dealing in reality.
Oh, so that's not Man from Planet Risk isn't reality?
We're not. I'm talking about the fact that after June 30,
my
2003.
Question. Hold on.
Did you answer my question? Did you answer my question?
No, I already
fact that
answered
it's a
you.
book. It's a
Dismantle
book.
All right,
it's a
God,
book
you got
that is
you
written.
got another question, God. He's not
Yes, I
answering this,
do.
okay?
Yeah, because
What's the other
didn't answer
question,
the
God?
question. So that's established. He didn't answer that question. All right. So now the next question is
Right.
He told me
this
he at where he at.
SF-81.
He said he at where he at. That's what
He's
he
at
told
where
me.
he's at.
He be where he be. Let's go.
You know, we know that doesn't suffice in with evidence, experience, and reason. That's not
So you're
sound
saying
right. That doesn't suffice.
the ability to clone is not
That
experience.
does not
evidence, and
suffice. We talking about the fact that we talking
God,
about
you
the
got
fact
another
that he was-
question, God?
Yeah.
This is what
okay,
you're saying.
So SF-81.
Wow.
I'm asking you a question about the SF-81. So the
SF-181.
SF-80, right, is this document was drafted by who? Who created that document?
Say that again. Who claims what?
Who created the document?
Who created the document SF-81? Who created that document?
Oh, the U.S. corporation.
The U.S. corporation. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, did or did you not say earlier within this I don't even know the word right now, but you made this. I'm asking you. You made the statement that the United States government was just dissolved under Scotland.
He said Monday.
If I'm saying it, you know.
No, it's called Companies House. The United States of America Inc. and the White House was dissolved on Monday, last Monday, not tomorrow. Tomorrow is when they're going to vote on the debt limit for the United States. So if they don't absorb the debt limit, then that means the U.S. government is going to collapse, and then they'll probably try to push the vaccines more because that means England is wanting to collect their chattel. First up in line will be African Americans.
Right. Okay, cool, fine. That's fine. We're Nuwapians or Nuwabians, whatever. So now, being that the federal government created this rule, my question is based on a premise of author, authority, and authenticate. You familiar with that, right?
Say what? What did you say? What did you say?
Author.
Before that.
This question is based on a premise. This question is based on a premise of author, authority, and authenticate.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so
I don't know whose premise it is, but I'm accepting what you're saying.
The fact that the United States or the federal government is the ones that drafted that document.
Yeah, they created that instrument. Yes.
Right, they created that instrument. Okay. So as indigenous autochthonous people, right? This is my understanding and reasoning of what Ature, His Excellency Dr. Malachi Ladok Kabina York, Panabab Yanun, has been instructing us when he has reintroduced the Bible interpretations and explanations and Bahana Nabal through the Right Knowledge series in 1992, right? And when he started to release the God series and the Supreme Mathematics, where he was directing us in regards to having to reclaim or to redeem ourselves and to actually be free from the beast or from under this mutant or this hybrid, right? Was that we would have to be a new people, right? And he has been giving us the information to actually free or liberate ourselves. That's what the whole Right Knowledge or Bible interpretations behind the novel series was all about. Liberation information, right? So with that, he said we would have to have a new name. We would have to have land. We would have to have language. These are the things that would identify and would validate and legitimize it in our process of self-determination, of autonomy and or sovereignty, right? That these are the things, these are the qualifications that we need in order to be able to establish ourselves as a free and redeemed or reclaimed people, right? So from the transition of Ansar-Allah, Nubia Islamic Hebrews into Holy Tabernacle Ministries and the Ben York, right, Kinder Ben York, into Nuwabian or Nuwapian Nation Moors, or let's go like this. Holy Tabernacle Ministries, Ancient Mystic Order of Melchizedek, into United Nuwapian Nation of Moors, right? So this is these are the phases and the stages that he was taking us through in order to get us to the point where at the year 2000, we were supposed to step forth, right? But we didn't totally make the claim.
So then you're not ready.
He spent back around.
You weren't ready.
No. Let me finish. Let me finish the process of going through it, right? Because and this whole SF 81, 181, whatever the form is that has been created by Kingu, by Leviathan, right? This is their instrument, right? So our job, or what he's been training and educating us to do, is to give them back everything. Give them back their religions, give them back their philosophies, their ideologies, all of their concepts, all of their institutions. Give it back all. Give it all back. So in having to give it back, there has to be something to replace it. There has to be something in place of it for us to stand on. And that is an identity and a culture of our own. So when you hear the term Sabaean or you hear the term Nuwapian, that is outside of the people, places, and things that they authorize and that they authenticate as authors within their own institutions and within their own societal structures and things of that nature, what they deem as scholastic or academic, or what they would call what they certify or what they validate, things of that nature. Those things don't apply to us. As the indigenous autochthonous people on a planet, we are the first. We are not the hybrid, mutated beings on a planet. Whether you want to say East Indians as Hindus or any of the other Mongolians or any of the other races, and the last we know being a quote unquote albino or albino or any of the other terms that would be used to describe them, as those with melanin recessive, with the recessive hair traits, and with the recessive the eyes also being a melanin recessive characteristic, right? Whether it's blue, green, gray, so forth, or whatever. It's a melanin recessive characteristic or trait, genetic wise. So now, when we're using the term Nuwapu or Nuwapian, that is a term in itself that they don't have no claim on that. They don't even know what language that is. So how is it that we got a claim that we white, right? The term Nuwapu or Nuwapian in itself takes us out of their jurisdiction. They don't have jurisdiction over that term. So how is it that we got to take the term white in order to establish ourselves as indigenous or autochthonous people? Explain that to me.
You there?
Yeah, he said explain it to him.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to put in the private chat to you, Pharaoh. This is the etymology of the word term. Term is a noun from circa 1200, so that would be from 1101 to 1199. Term, limit in time, set or appointed period, from the Old French terme, limit of time or place, date, appointed time, duration. 11th century, from the Latin terminus, end, boundary line. In medieval Latin expression, definition, related to termin, boundary end, see terminus. Old English had termin, term, end, from the Latin sense of period of time during which something happens, first recorded circa 1300, especially of a school or law court session wasn't changed until the mid-15th century. The meaning, word or phrase used in a limited or precise sense, is first recorded in late 14th century, so that'd be like 1360 to 1399, from medieval Latin use of terminus to render Greek, Greek horos or horas, boundary. employed in mathematics and logic. Hence, in terms of, quote, in the language of phraseology peculiar to, meaning completion of the period of pregnancies from 1844. So when you're saying the term Nubian, the term Sabaean, that's a limit in time. 9 to the 9th power of 9 is what we are. Now, you can say Sabaean, Nubian. My point again, you're doing commerce, and everybody wants to ignore the fact that every day they're signing contracts. So when you sign those contracts, you are agreeing to the terms and conditions of the contract, knowingly or unknowingly, because there's over 60 million statutes you're on the hook for, and they don't care if you know them or not. That's why they like to get the esquires there to tie people up and extort. So this is the reason why you have to be white, because your pre-existing contract, SSN, registration of live birth, those were the foundation of you building up your so-called life. And the government got what's called a futures contract based on the projected earnings of the individual. So as I said earlier before, there's a report published by the UK Guardian that, and you could put median income of Black people will go to zero by the year 2053, which I say it'll probably be here by 2030 at the rate these computer intelligence and these so-called AIs are speeding up their learning. You ain't gonna have no 25 years. Oh, well, it's 2050. We got time for that. No. So what I'm saying here is what At-sik-hata accomplished, I see even, the flaw was, we're at the time we're Black. Now that I'm white, I see the error. You got to get white because you have no standing at law. I don't care what people talk about, brick and mortar, this, that. You have to have standing at law. And contracting as Black and having those old contracts in existence, all that's going to do, you're not going to go anywhere. You're caught in what's called a CFL, which is a constant feedback loop that falls under the chaos theory. So you all ain't equipped to live right. You have to be taught
how to live right. Are you finished? That's the answer?
Yeah, that's the answer.
Okay, okay, that was cute. More that was cute. More Luciferianism. I'm not blinded by the light.
Man, I got the book of Lucifer, and you ain't told me nothing. I'm in Alberta. Hold on. No, you hold on. I'm in Alberta. You ain't tell me nothing about Luciferianism. Alberta is the seat of the Illuminati, and I'm here. So don't even try that.
Listen. It's not the seat of Illuminati. Remember, it started in Bavaria.
You got another question, God, you got another question?
Yeah. All right. Wait. I got you.
No, get to the question now.
I'm not, like I said, I'm not blinded by the light. So, okay, that was nice. September 9th, 1999, their time was expired. That's it. Their time is up. Right, so all of this stuff that they got going on right now, post 1999, this is all illusionary stuff that's going on right now. So, and I'm saying that to say this once again: when you say Nuwapu, when you say no, I'm Nuwapian. Nuwapian does not define as Black.
You got a car?
No, it doesn't define as Black. It doesn't define as Black.
You have a house, you got a loan, you signed paperwork, you had a job, you signed off as Black. You got a pharmacy?
I don't have any of those.
Come on, stop lying. You got a social security card?
I don't use it. Of course I have it. I was born in this country.
Do you have it?
I have to operate it in order for me.
Okay, so you're contracted as Black.
I'm not contracted as Black because I don't use it. I don't use it. I don't use it. You have it. So what? I don't use it.
It's property until
I have to use
it back to the.
But I have to use it.
Oh, Chief, you guys, At-sik-hata, y'all don't have any Social Security cards? You and the At-sik-hata tribe? At-sik-hata Nation?
No, we're not playing that game. Answer my question first.
Well, that was for him. I'm asking you.
I'm asking him. No, I'm asking him. Do you have a social security number?
Because the fact that you brought it up, I'm interested.
I'm asking him first. I'll answer the question.
Okay, but you shifting because you asking for a number now.
No, come on, Pharaoh, come on, stop already. I'm asking him. He said he doesn't use it. I said, do you have one?
Well, that means
that's the question I asked him.
Well, that means he does have one.
Wait a minute.
He said he doesn't use it. He said, yeah. I mean, he has one. He just don't use it.
No, you can't speak for him. He got to speak for himself.
I was born here.
I want to hear what I didn't hear that because you were talking.
Go ahead, answer the question. Go ahead.
I was born here in the United States of America, Brooklyn, New York, to be exact, right? So, and being born in Brooklyn, New York, my mom, she made the contract. So she the one that filed for the birth certificate and the social security card, right? Just because I was given the social security card, I just said that. But I'm not using it.
Of the card,
I'm not making any contract. Are you listening?
On the back, it's property.
Are you listening?
Of social security.
That's fine. That's
fine. And so therefore, the name on the front of the card. Do you see why you are not teachable?
So no. You can't track me. You trying to confine
me another question, man.
You know what's my name? What's my name? Give me
another question. No, not you. I don't want to talk to you.
Question. What's my name?
I'm gonna answer Pharaoh's question.
Well, my question was, do the At-sik-hata Nation and yourself have social security cards?
We have those vessels that you have to use in commerce. We're in the process of getting that closed.
So you still have them?
You darn right. They're vessels. But we're using that.
I use them in the commercial capacity.
We're using because because we found out the Triple Crown going over. We're saying, okay, this has to be voided out because under the IRS manual, once you get an SSN card, you are considered alive. But what happened with the registration of live birth that the caller was talking about? You're killed upon the registration of live birth. Once they put the name down, you're considered dead. So when you get the social security card, you're resurrected. And that's why on the back it says the card is property. That means the name on the front is property. So that means that's trafficking in human cargo.
Okay, but so what's my name?
Say that because they're still
what's my name?
On the contract.
What's my name? What's my name? No. Real simple. What's my name? Because he's saying you talking about a name that was given at birth. What's my name?
You tell me.
What you talking about the name that? Okay, then. So now I'm telling you right now. He said give them back everything. Hold on, bro. Hold on. He said give them back everything. Right.
Good. So where are you living?
Right. So that means
where you living?
I live on planet Earth. What are you talking about?
Accepted for value and consideration.
I live on planet Earth.
When you give everything back,
because that's
natural.
That's natural.
You living in a
they
tent?
They don't own that. They can't. They cannot own. They cannot own.
I accept that for value and consideration.
I
accept for value and consideration. So if you're gonna give them that back, where are you gonna live? That's that stupid Nuwabian logic.
Planet Earth. On planet Earth. Stupid.
Where
on planet Earth? Where I'm gonna live? What do you mean we're on a planet? Anywhere on any one of the 7 continents. What are you talking about? Anywhere on the seven continents on a planet. I have the right. I have the human right to live. What are you talking about?
Next question.
How is that stupid?
Listen.
I have the human right to live.
If you want to leave, you want to leave any information for the people. This is it. He's the last question.
Yes,
it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
So,
it's 5 hours.
ASG webinar.
I leave.
ProtonMail.com.
I appreciate you, God.
Let me just say this. He just keeps pointing back to the author, authority, and authenticate. He keeps giving them the power.
It doesn't
the
matter.
Power that they lost in 1999.
So
that's what that is. No, I'm not. You can't. Don't listen. Who are you? Who are you?
Harold, Plenipotentiary. Mute his mic, Harold. My interview, not you.
Okay, come on, God. Cause we closing down. We closing down now. This
because now you were in
public. We run this marathon, bro. To get to this point,
mute his microphone, Pharaoh. Mute it.
Say your last
thing. He's imposing.
What do you mean? How so? What do you mean?
I'm saying it. He's imposing by stating that He's trying to tell me who and what I am. You don't have the right to do that.
I'm not telling you
I'm
who
telling
what
you
you
who
are.
I
You
am.
got
I'm
you're holding the
I'm
contract.
Sapien.
You're holding a U.S.
I'm not
government
holding what
contract.
Holding what contract?
You said you have an
I don't
SSN
hold
card,
no
right?
contract.
You said you had an SSN card, right?
So what? I don't use it.
Okay, accepted for value.
It's not
That's
in
it.
use.
He's done.
It's not
We're
in
done.
use. It's not in use.
All right, God. Listen,
I have to use it in order to be in contract.
You all are not teachable. You're not teachable.
Listen. All right,
No,
listen.
you keep promoting.
I appreciate you
promoting
coming.
the authority
I leave.
Bro,
are you putting the information out there for the
don't let
public?
him
Because
punk
he's
you
not
like
listening.
that, bro.
He's not
Don't
listening
let
to
him
this.
punk
I'm
you
talking
like
to
that.
you, brother. I'm talking
but
to
don't
you.
let him tell you to tell me what to do. Don't
Bro,
let him do
I'm
that.
asking you something. You're not listening to me.
He's
I'm
not
asking
listening.
you, are you? Because he's not
No,
listening
you're
to
not
what you're saying.
listening.
No, I
Exactly.
was already.
Exactly.
I asked you. I did an
Exactly.
acceptance. You ain't paying attention.
So I'm asking
You
you
said
now.
you don't use the card, but
Nah,
you
I don't
have it.
care.
I said that's it. You have a contract.
Who created UCC? Who created that? Who created that document? Who created them forms?
72 judges and lawyers created the Uniform Commercial Code. Now what?
Okay, once again, it's still on the premise of author, authority, and authenticate. So you keep
and you
back
obey
to people
that.
that are
Do you
hybrid.
speed? Do
No,
you
I
speed on the road?
No, I
Do you
don't.
speed?
All right. This is.
Okay,
I don't want to end this.
nonsense.
We did 5 years and we ended it with 5 hours and we ended off like this. So listen, give out your.
This is my last smoke.
You already had your last statement.
No, I didn't.
Mute his mic or I'm leaving.
Let me say this.
Mute his mic or I'm leaving.
So all families
We all leaving.
To all family.
I want you to give your closing statements, though, bro.
Listening.
Mute his microphone. Why are you playing a game? Mute his microphone. He's not showing respect. He's not showing honor. Mute his microphone.
God, you keep repeating yourself. Niggas speak. What the hell?
He's talking. Mute his microphone.
Listen, I'm not muting his mic. I'm kicking him out because we closing out.
Listen, see, this is the type of stuff I'm talking about.
Y'all have a disagreement.
No, because I told you already.
Listen,
y'all don't want to keep each other in check, and when this comes
you've
up,
been dancing the whole night, God.
Pardon?
You've been dancing the whole night. You've been
I live this. I live this.
I know. I see you.
Live this.
You've been two-stepping all night, God. Instead of saying, I'm not messing with. Instead of saying,
protonmail.com.
I appreciate that. Hold on. Let me say what I gotta say to you,
bro.
Go ahead. All right, listen. Instead of saying, yo, I'm not messing with At-sik-hata no more. I'm not getting that nigga out of there. Y'all left him in there. Y'all don't know how to do it. That's on y'all. I don't care what he did for me. I don't care that I built my thing on his stuff. I'm leaving him in for dead. Instead of saying that, you want to say, oh no, Don Corleone, she said he went out the back door, so that's it. He disappeared. I don't accept that he's there. Oh, that you too intelligent, and you exemplified your intelligence, right, and your research capabilities for you to settle and then expect anybody to accept that like it's real.
The thing is, again, like I said, you Nawapians created this mess. So anybody that comes along, it could be Khufu, could be me. Khufu ain't even messing with y'all because he know you guys keep messing stuff up. You all have a bad reputation. That's not only domestic. I said it stinks from here to Ilion. Nobody wants to mess with y'all. You all have to get purged. And
I understand what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. That's an
point
opinion. I accept it for value.
That's why I gave you the Pirates of the Caribbean example. How can I help you all when you all don't even listen to At-sik-hata, but you want to put the blame on me? You want to look at Khufu. No, we're saying, we are saying that this I agree with Khufu on. You guys don't want At-sik-hata out of jail because if you really did and you really loved him, you would do what he said, and you guys didn't do it. Now it's the pendulum is coming back, pointing that you all were the problem, and now y'all are trying to put that off on, well, this guy's intelligent, he's smart, why didn't you help At-sik-hata? Can't when you got a coven of Garubat blocking stuff. It ain't only me, there's people from the Washita that was giving you all counsel, but you all didn't want to listen because you don't want him out. So in that, like the pirate told the girl, you guys didn't negotiate how you want me to help. I did the negotiating for you and said, look, in order for me to assist, y'all got to turn that whole organization and hand it over to me. Outside of that, I can do nothing because y'all don't want him out. And I will end with that.
So that's the stipulations is give me everything and then I might help him.
I don't think this isn't give me everything and I might help him. Nobody can help him because y'all are the problem and y'all don't want to see that.
Okay.
I'm at the UN. I ain't got to prove nothing to none of you Negroes. I'm at the UN.
That's an actual fact. But let me tell you this. We the wave, beloved. Wu Sabat Kawun Pataruk. Wu Sabat Kawun Pataruk. I don't know about none of the niggas you talk about. That has nothing to do with this. Listen, let me say this. This is a new paradigm, beloved. I don't know about none of them niggas you talk about. That has nothing to do with what's going on right here and now. But I appreciate
my YouTube channel.
I appreciate you for coming up.
Videos. I would suggest you do that. Then you have a better comprehension.
Put your information out for any of the brothers and sisters that's going to tune in.
So they could go to Chief Nanya on YouTube. You can look me up on Google. I'm on Facebook. I'm on LinkedIn, Telegram. My phone number is 587-712-0639 for the real warriors that was up till 4:30 in the morning Eastern time.
It's real.
So for all those, 587-712-0639 ASP webinar at protonmail.com and get on our webinar. We have the webinar tomorrow, so we'll show people how to go through and get everything done properly. So I do appreciate you opportunity
with the space
to
and
come
time.
On here. It was a blast. It was fabulous.
To state your piece, to introduce yourself to the people who don't know, to pass on a plethora of information, and to stand your position and stand your ground, whether we agree or disagree. We agree or appreciate you coming to the platform and talking to the people, or to all the brothers and sisters, Sabian, Moors, Wapians, Ansar, At-sik-hata Nation, whoever it is, the CMYE. Appreciate brother Kufu and Kufu for stopping in. And yeah, this was definitely an adventure. We got to unpack this.
Yeah, it's gonna take. It's been a while, so I know it's people. Some people gonna have a good sleep tonight, ain't you?
Not on the stoop. I'm on the stoop tonight. I gotta get the cats out of here. Get out of my way. It's my spot.
All right, so I'm not gonna hold you up any longer.
Well, listen, I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for coming. Everybody, all my guests, all the brothers that spoke. Everybody agree or disagree. Everybody have their right to their position. It's about doing the research and confirming what's what and doing what you got to do. As deities, we got to figure this out. So we're asking the questions to get the answers so we can walk the path. That's where we at. All the stuff that happened in the past, as much as it affected us, we had no control over it. We here now. We only exist in an eternal now. The past doesn't exist. The present, the future doesn't exist. What exists is right now. And then right now, we're looking to change the trajectory of what's going on with us and what's going on with the master. And with that being said, thank you. Gabat Wu Ashuk, peace, divine love, divine unconditional love to everybody in earshot and eye shot. And we like to say it like this, man. It's our time. And if not now, then when? If not this, then what? And if not us, then who? All right? Badu, peace and blessings.
Get white.
Right. Y'all be safe. I'm out.
Happy Gador.